Okay, good evening, everybody. All right, good evening. We are going to be calling this regular board meeting to order. This meeting will be recorded and also live streamed. For the last hour, our board was in closed session and no action was taken. Let's go ahead and stand now for the flag salute. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. All right. At this time, I'm going to ask Greg Blake to introduce the student reports.
I think it's on now. Thank you, Mr. Blake. Honorable board, wonderful families that are turned out tonight and got your kiddos here. It's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Tanner John, supported by Miss Nickel and Miss Ferris, and our amazing Bidwell choir. These teachers work tirelessly to create an amazing culture for our students. And time again in student interviews, they cite choir as being their home, their safe place on campus, the place where they are most them and most seen and most heard and appreciated. And I feel like that's going to come out in their music tonight. So without further ado, Pioneer Choir, Mr. John. Yes, parents, thank you for bringing them. I'm gonna let these choir students, go ahead and get out of here. I'm sure they have other activities. Wanna eat their food. Isabella, you wanna lead the way out for the choir this way? Go find your families, your sweatshirts, and have a great day.
Thank you, students.
Thank you very much.
That was awesome. Okay.
That was phenomenal. Thank you again. If anybody's still in the room, thank you, Bidwell Choir. We appreciate it. And up next, we have Mr. McKay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can we get maybe
What do you need?
a mic check on you? That's really, yeah.
So begins. Da, 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 da. I don't know what do you want me to do? Further away? How about this one? Is that? I don't know. We're still getting some cool. Is that better? Okay. All right. Sweet Caroline. Hey, all right. I appreciate it. All right.
No problem. It's a great encore. For this portion of the superintendent's report, I'd like to invite my colleague, Mr. Dan Linville, up here, who is here under false pretenses, thinking he's going to talk about one thing, but really, he's here to listen to me talk about him. Mr. Dan Linville is the Superintendent's Award winner for certificated side for the month of February. So you don't have to answer any questions about Lego robotics or Prop 28 or anything like that. I tried to keep it like real, like, hey, yeah, you can talk about it anyway.
Oh, you got me.
So it was hard. It was hard. Sandy got assist from Sandy.
Thank you.
There you go. So Dan, he's been a rock solid teacher in Chico Unified for over 2 decades, because I know we're about the same. You're younger than me, though, I think. At elementary and at junior high, he was one of the people that came up to Bidwell when the 6th graders moved up, and has been a rock solid member of our science team ever since. And definitely like the glue, the big motor that kind of keeps everything going. The last few years, you know, our community has seen lots of adversity. Bidwell was no different. Dan, besides being outstanding in the classroom with kids, a student favorite year in and year out, also just that consummate, quiet, roll up your sleeves, bring your lunchbox to work, getting it done for your colleagues, for your students, and also at the same time innovating and always striving to make things better. So while I could brag about Dan for a while, I thought it'd be even better to hear what some of your colleagues had to say about you, because there were more people in on this than just me.
All right.
So we'd like to salute Dan for the many hats he wears on our campus this year. Dan has stepped up in a massive way by taking on a 6/5 contract, expertly balancing 2 different subjects between his core science classes and his STEAM electives. He's a pillar of our science department and a true team player who consistently goes above and beyond his standard duties. Dan's hard work, versatility, and passion for his students undeniably make our school a better place to work and learn. This one in particular resonated with me. Dan is a silent hero, never boasting or requiring attention for his work, just quietly doing the most for our students with so much heart. It would be easy for him to be on autopilot after the many years he has been teaching, but he is always innovating, taking things on, and planning brand new programs, labs, and activities. For example, he's pioneering a Prop 28 funded VEX program, Lego Robotics 2, in our 7th period. So while we lost some of the after school program funding, Dan was somebody who stepped up. And so we're effectively offering after school program choices with Prop 28 money, providing those extra opportunities. Sure, he grumbles from time to time. It's not my words. You can probably know who's saying that. But even when grumbling, if you really listen to the message, it's that he loves his students and wants the very best for them. I'm so glad that Dan gets to be recognized today. He is more than deserving of the praise. So for that reason and many, many more, it's my honor to recognize Dan Linville as Superintendent's Award or certificated for February. You good? And 2 for 2. If I could get Miss Denise McEwen down here, who I think she's out on a dinner date with her daughter.
They're fine.
When did you first realize something was up?
When we pulled into the parking lot.
Oh, that we get that long.
Yeah.
I thought you would have sniffed this out.
No,
like,
I thought we were
like,
going. to
every time I
dinner.
walk by you, avoiding eye contact.
Yeah.
Yeah,
good
okay.
job. Christina almost blew it.
Oh yeah, she told me about that. She came in and confessed it. Denise McEwen, our office manager at Bidwell Junior High School. Again, another silent, hardworking cog that without whom the place would crumble. And in fact, we got to experience what that was like a little bit. We had some health issues a while back. We barely held on without her. But again, while I could brag all day, I think it's even cooler to hear what some of your colleagues had to say about you. Denise is the essential gear that keeps the school ruling every single day. From the complex logistics of managing substitutes and balancing budgets to handling supply orders and the endless stream of random questions that come her way, her expertise is unmatched and the sense of humor unmatched as well. She has this sign that says move away when people talk too loud. It's hilarious. It's no exaggeration to say that 99% of the time she has the answer right at her fingertips. She truly keeps the ship afloat, and we are incredibly grateful for the steady hand and dedication she brings to our campus. Another colleague. I've had the honor of working with and sitting right next to Denise for the last 12 years. I have seen firsthand her hard work and dedication to Bidwell as our office manager. There is no one more deserving of this award. From Bidwell's remodel, our expansion to accommodate over 1,000 students, the campfire and COVID, Denise has kept the school running like a pro. In the midst of a busy day, her level of patience is unmatched. I don't know what Bidwell would do without her. To me, she is not just an amazing coworker, but also a great friend. And then finally, Denise, our fearless leader. Well said. The brains of the operation. Still not me. I'm very happy and not surprised you are being honored tonight for your amazingness. You greet everyone with a smile, positive attitude, and handle any task thrown your way. You even smile and laugh when you get frustrated, which is a little scary. But yeah, that laugh is scary. But you always stay professional. I appreciate you and think you are an amazing human. On behalf of the office team, again, could not do this without you. You make everything happen. You're the go-to person, and I just want to thank you for all that you do for Bidwell, and I'm honored to recognize you for the Superintendent's Award for the month of February.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, okay.
Thank you. Congratulations. At this time, I'd like to invite our CSEA President, Kelly Searle, to the podium to announce her staff recognized this evening.
Okay, is it on now? Thank you. Thank you, President Conkin, CSEA School Board, and District Office. Tonight, CSEA is focusing on our nutrition services team. CUSD Nutrition Services feeds almost all of Chico Unified students and is a vital part of our students' education. To introduce tonight's CSEA Member of the Month, I'd like to introduce Holly Ponciano, Chico 110 Vice President.
Thank you again for having us here tonight. I'd like to introduce to you our February member of the month. This is Alejandro Zarate, and he is the nutrition services purchaser. So he is in charge of ordering, dealing with vendors, of buying all of the food that feeds our children. So, and plus many more things. We're really grateful to have Alejandro on the team for nutrition services. He's a valuable part of almost kind of behind the scenes. And we're glad to have him here. He was nominated by Thane Ponciano, who said that Alejandro goes above and beyond his duties to make sure the sites get items they need to feed their students. He approaches issues and tasks with a very professional mindset that's helpful to us all. Vince Encero, the director of nutrition services, also told us a little bit about Alejandro. He said that you can see that he's a real go-getter. Over the years, he's challenged himself to create good relationships with all of the nutrition services team. Alejandro is one of the few people that I work with that takes advice to heart and finds ways to continue to grow. This year, he and I have worked very hard on our bid for next year. Alejandro gets excited about finding ways to be more efficient and loves saving the department money. He does he does this by having good relationships with our business partners. Um, I talked with Alejandro a little bit. He also has said that he's been with the district since 2021. He was hired on as nutrition services purchasing coordinator in order to purchase all the food and supplies that the district may need. Along with the help of delivery drivers, their store, they rotate all their frozen, refrigerated, and dry goods throughout the day, along with coordinating deliveries to every school every morning. He said he appreciates all the delivery drivers, the warehouse staff, and the production kitchen staff, and all the kitchen managers and cafeteria assistants for working hard and supporting one another. And he takes the opportunity to thank everybody for this award on behalf of the whole department. So thank you, Alejandro. He is a great guy. Like I said, I get to talk to him too. He works along with my husband, and it's just fabulous to have people who care so much about their positions at Chico Unified, but to be able to help feed children obviously is an amazing feat. So thank you again, Alejandro, and congratulations. We appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you. Okay, at this time, I'd like to introduce Professor Charles Zartman and Heather Hacking. They're here this evening with the educators from across the country. So at this time, if they'd like to come forward and introduce the program and the attendees that are here this evening.
Okay, and I'll spare you the one by one, but if my people could stand up and maybe wave. Okay. Yeah, great. So I'm Heather Hacking, program manager for international training at Chico State. And we wanted to recognize that we have 22 international educators from 21 countries in Chico right now. They're attending a 6-week, really intensive training program through the college. And starting Friday, they will be in our local schools. So I actually see some of our partner teachers here. They'll be matched with one of your local teachers from Chico High, PV, or Chico Junior. They'll be there for a week. We've already visited Chico Country Day, and they're learning tonight about how the school board process works. So thank you for welcoming us, and they'll be around.
Thank you. Welcome. Okay, at this time, I'd like to ask if any board members have any announcements regarding student events or awards or any school site accomplishments. All right.
I want to say one
Yes,
thing. Well,
absolutely.
maybe more than one thing. One of the perks of being retired is that I have the day available for the most part, so I'm really enjoying visiting sites and just number one, seeing the kiddos. That's really special. But then all of the events that are happening and how things work on campus. It's just been wonderful. And thank you to all administrators. I mean, I guess you have to, but you welcome me with open arms. So thank you.
Thanks, Gail.
And I wanted to say that Reading Pals had a training that was excellent, focusing again um, on reading theory and how the brain works, and then also how we have to focus on the student before anything can happen. And so we had one of the Chico Unified school psychologists come in and address the group. And so that was really a valuable experience. So thank you to Reading Pals for doing that.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to be moving on to items from the floor at this time. Just so the public is aware, items from the floor are for speakers who wish to address the board regarding a topic that's not on the agenda. So at this time, we will take public comment for speakers who wish to address the board for topics not on the agenda. And as a reminder, speakers will have 3 minutes to address the board. A buzzer will sound when 30 seconds of speaking time remains. And as the board, we can listen to public comment. We're not able to respond to any speaker under these items. So we do have 3 names that have been submitted. So I'm going to call them in the order. The first one is Deanna Lindstrom.
Hi, my name is Deanna Lindstrom. Thank you, board members, for allowing me to address you. I'm a parent of a child who posted a political belief and was then told he should kill himself for it by another student. I would like to say thank you to the staff and board members who reached out offering help without judgment. Being told, and I quote, "Rather it sounds like dating Natalie and subsequently talking to a bunch of girls is the issue at hand, and Tyler's interactions with girls seem to be at issue," end quote, is an excuse to justify someone's poor behavior. This coming from someone who serves on the board, I am truly disgusted. It was not open for debate why someone might think my child was told that, nor did this person offer help. California Education Code, specifically sections 7050 through 7058, prohibits school district employees to engage in political activity during work hours and to use public resources for political activities. Teachers and administration are to remain neutral on political activities. When any teacher or administrator helps to organize, protest, post personal views within their classroom, or speak on such during instructional time, they are no longer following laws or rules of Chico Unified School District. These actions then become a part of the school culture. Administration, staff, and the school should be neutral. There are already high tensions surrounding political views, with adults behaving recklessly and impulsively. Children and young adults are learning from these behaviors, and instead of having constructive discussions, they are assaulting their peers. No one should ever tell another human to kill themselves, and no one should ever try to justify why that statement was made. The response I received from this individual made it very apparent why these codes exist and should be followed, because even the adults in charge are biased and allow their political emotions to distort their thinking. Again, thank you to those who reached out without judgment and offered help. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, I'd like to invite Gina Bax.
Good evening, board. Thank you for having me here today. I am the mother who stopped at the intersection last Thursday to exercise my own freedom of speech during the protests outside the PV school. I'm also a PV parent. What happened to me there, including an old-grown man entering my vehicle and physically and verbally attack me, is now a police matter, and it will be handled appropriately. But tonight is not about me. Tonight shouldn't be about me. It should be about approaching real issues that matter and is affecting all our children. Tonight is about supervision, safety, and the district's responsibility to students during school hours. During instructional time, minors walk off campus and gather at a traffic intersection. This exposes them to moving vehicles, counter-protesters, and confrontations. During instructional time, I'm sorry, I already repeat that. I originally believed this should be a demonstration occurring on campus. I didn't know this was gonna happen off campus. This was new to me. When large numbers of students leave class at the same time, gather together, and the timing aligns with a known demonstration, the district is no longer simply recording absences. It becomes liable if something happened. Why are we putting school staff in this situation? Their priorities are teaching, coaching, and educating children, not to become police officers trying to control mobs. What a waste of taxpayers' money, and what a huge liability. Another issue, many parents learned about this protest through a flyer circulating on social media nearly a week beforehand. The original flyer listed a teacher's name and classroom number as a contact point. Later versions removed the name but kept the room number. Schools send notifications about the protest after the fact. What bothers me the most is that responsibility shifts onto the minors. Students absolutely have free speech rights, but schools also have a legal duty to educate. Demonstrations should occur on campus in a supervised setting during recess and or before after schools. Listen, when a school allows one cause during class time, it must allow all causes. Campuses then become recurring protest venues instead of learning environments. To the parents who kept their children in class, thank you for prioritizing safety and attendance. To the students who stayed, you show independence and critical thinking. To the teachers who continue instruction, thank you for prioritizing academics over ideologies. We need more teachers like you in this world. Parents should also understand when minors participate in off campus public demonstrations, they enter spaces where the school cannot reasonably ensure their safety and their privacy is not protected. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And our last speaker who submitted a card is Danielle Penning. Yes. Okay, she couldn't make it. Are there any other speakers? Okay, come on up. Just to remind you, you have 3 minutes and there will be a buzzer when you have 30 seconds remaining. Can you please also introduce yourself?
Nice to meet you guys again. My name is Valeria Torres Godinez. I'm here to talk about student safety from adults and parents regarding a recent harassment on both on and off campus. To preface, there was a protest, a peaceful protest, on February 12th about ICE. Students were using their First Amendment right to protest. I want to thank all of the students from PV that showed up to represent us. I'm one of the organizers that organized this protest. And this is all student led, okay? We all made sure that it was a peaceful protest. We made sure to prompt other students to maintain safety, and there was no teacher involvement, okay? However, during this protest, a parent stopped during an intersection with kids still crossing, and the crosswalk sign was still on, and played the song Ice Ice Baby, seemingly with intention to upset us, and proceeded to leave her car out during this intersection to upset us. Although she has the First Right Amendment, just like all of us do, she put herself in harm's way, and same with us students. A parent ran out there worried about our safety. Us students asked her to leave and get off the road, and so did the parent. She was filming us and harassing us minors. Us students have consequences for cutting a class. or being tardy, leading to detention. But what are the consequences to these parents? What are you guys going to do to protect us from all of this harassment and all of these comments from adults? These are our adults. We are supposed to look up to them. But how are we supposed to look up to them when they are harassing us? I'm a future voter. So I have the right, and so does everybody in this room has the right to speak up and use their First Amendment. Thank you.
Hey, are there any other speakers from the floor? Okay, come on up. Please introduce yourself, and then just as a reminder, 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Sheridan. I am a sophomore at Pleasant Valley High School and was a very active participant in visualizing this protest come to life. And also, I was there on Thursday and witnessed the events. And I'm not going to stand up here and point fingers and try to play a game of he said, she said, because that's not going to get us anywhere. I'm going to cut right to the chase and say, we planned a peaceful walkout, student led, and I am so proud of us for standing up for what we believe in and exercising both our First Amendment and our rights under the Student Conduct Code. However, the events got out of hand as a parent decided that it was within their right to harass a group of minors, film us, and block traffic in order to display their own beliefs. And while everyone has freedom of speech, it was a peaceful protest, and if not for that, nothing else would have really had to have happened. But because of the immaturity of the people we are supposed to look up to and follow, I am standing here today before you as a result. So I just want you to think about, why is it my job to be responsible for the acts of a grown adult? And why is it our job to protest? While it is our right, it shouldn't have to happen. And we shouldn't have to defend our own rights. So I believe action should be taken. And while it is not in my hands to choose that action, I strongly urge you to really think about who you're letting near us and how you are handling these situations, because at the end of the day, we were the ones at risk and we were the ones out in harm's way. And that is all. Thank you.
All right, are there any other? Come on up.
Hi, my name is Alicia Trider. I'm a local educator and parent here in Chico. And I just want to say how proud I am of all the students that showed up to that protest and organized it themselves last week. That was amazing. Oh my God, I was so proud of you. We are doing something right in Chico if our students can do that, can recognize something happening in our community and organize around it and stand up for their own rights. That's amazing. We have amazing young people in this community. I'm so proud of you. I hope you all hear me. I'm so proud of you. And I teach at the college level. I teach American history at the college level, and your ancestors would be so proud of you. You are the good ancestors, that everybody's looking towards, okay? You're doing the right thing. So please keep speaking up because we are so proud of you as adults. Thank you.
Are there any other members, public, that would like to speak? Okay. Right. 1 second here. Okay, at this time, we're going to be moving on to our consent calendar. Are there any board members that have any questions for clarification purposes?
Yes. So on page 25 of 31, I believe, I just wanted to get clarification from our business, our CBO, regarding like the timing of the payment for the Verkada system. Could you explain that timing, please? I'm sorry, that's on the, yes, the accounts payable. Yes.
So that payment was related to the cameras that the board approved in December. Those were ordered in January and received at the end of January, and then payment was issued February 10th.
Okay. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions? Would anyone like to, would any board member like to pull a consent item for further discussion? Okay. So at this time, would anyone like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I'll
I will-
motion to approve.
Okay. We have a,
I'll second, yes.
okay, we have a first by Vice President Olson and a second by Lando, Mr. Lando. Any discussion at this time? Okay, let's go ahead and vote. Oh. The consent calendar? Okay. Yes, we do have quite a list. Okay, so let's go ahead and vote. And Mrs. Hayes, can we begin with you?
Hayes, aye.
Olson, aye.
Conkin, aye.
Lando, aye.
Robinson, I.
Okay, we have 5 in favor, none opposed. So this passes the consent calendar. Okay, let's go ahead and move on. We're now on, we're going to be talking about, okay, so just to be clear here, this is a public hearing, informational. We're going to be talking about Wildflower Open Charter School renewal. And let's see, Heather Cifuentes is going to be presenting.
Good evening. So we're here tonight to welcome Wildflower Open Classroom to share a little bit about their charter. They're currently petitioning for renewal. So they gave us their petition in January. And so this is our opportunity to showcase and have them share some of the highlights of their school, things that they're focused on, and open it up to the public. They'll come back also in March, right? We're in February. So at our March meeting will be the final where we look at the full petition, and currently Ed Services is going through their renewal and looking at all the details of it. So I'd like to welcome Tom Hicks, who is the director of Wildflower.
How do I click through this? Slides, am I doing that? Just right there. Okay. You're rolling. All right, thank you. Hello, Chico Unified Board and Administration. My name is Tom Hicks, and I'm the director of Wildflower Open Classroom. And I'm with you this evening to highlight some of our school successes in our past, since our past charter renewal, which was about 7 years ago now. As an FYI, before I get started, I wanted to let you know that I'm going to skip through a few slides to help us stay on time tonight. I know you guys all have a busy evening. So first, we'll start with our mission. At Wildflower, our mission is to be an innovative and progressive school. We strive to be collaborative, community. We're also a democratic organization that welcomes input from all stakeholders. In addition, we, on a daily basis, try to celebrate the adventure of learning. Oop, gotta get with it here, sorry. There it is. Confirming my staff's suspicions that I don't know how to use a remote control. But this is our mission statement. That should have been up last time. We're on to our guiding principles. These are our guiding principles. They are core values that serve to guide all of our actions. The founding members of Wildflower developed 8 value sets that guide how we do business on a daily basis. And so these are the eight things that guide our decision-making processes, how we act as a board, and how we act as a staff too as well. I'd just like to highlight a couple things recently. As a staff, we've tried to highlight being respectful and positive communication and honesty have been stressed at our school as of late, as it seems to be increasingly important in our society. All right. Above all, our school adheres to the open classroom model with a Wildflower twist. In fact, just as of late, over the summer and into the fall, our board and staff has developed a list of fundamental elements that best exemplify a model classroom at our school. Elements that need to be included in every open classroom. These are some of the elements that we adhere to in our philosophy. Students work individually or in small groups, depending on the activity. Choice and independence are emphasized and supremely important at our school. Classrooms are multi-age and learning spaces are flexible. Teachers act as facilitators or guides at our school rather than kind of didactic people that stand up in front of a classroom. They interact with children and help guide them through the curriculum. Collaboration and community are central to the classroom, and commitments or work lists help develop work habits, organization, and focus. And one of our taglines is dirty hands and belly laughs are the sign of a great day at Wildflower. The most fundamental of all the fundamental elements of our school is integrated thematic learning. Integrating subjects into thematic units demonstrates the interconnectedness of our world. Higher levels of engagements are created through this method. Hands-on activities, projects, and choice support learning styles and diverse learners. Let's skip through these a little bit, but students develop critical thinking and they apply knowledge across disciplines, and deeper understanding is created as students explore themes and make connections across multiple subjects. Some of the examples of classroom themes over the years have been food, growth. Our kindergarten did a whole year theme on just dirt, which I thought was fascinating. Castles / Harry Potter, dig, fossils, Americana were some of the other themes. And one of the most comprehensive themes that I've seen in recent memory, our 5th and 6th grade teacher did a year-long longitudinal study of women's suffrage movement on the 100th anniversary of that movement, their right to vote, amongst other things. Wildflower loves its surveys, and we do survey quite a bit. I'm going to show you 2 surveys this evening, our student survey and a parent survey. The overall satisfaction percentage on these surveys is an average of the 15 questions that are sent out to parents and kids. It's an average of the climate survey questions. Overall, our student survey results demonstrate solid satisfaction and a significant increase from 24-25 to 25-26 of about 16 percentage points, which I think is great. And I'd like to highlight too, one question, I believe my teacher cares about me, and 97% of the students answered yes on that, and I think that is supremely important. On to the parent survey. Parents are surveyed twice a year. Results drive LCAP and school improvement goals. We also take our survey results very seriously and act on identified areas of need. Our parent satisfaction results have been historically consistent and high over the years, which I believe is a very good sign and is also representative of our great staff, up in the high 80s in the parent satisfaction. So I thought it would be interesting, just real quick, because we are renewing our charter, to just take a look at our enrollment trends. We started in 2011, 2012 with just 52 students. And then made slow growth up until around the time of COVID, where we received kind of a sharp decline. And we're back up on the rise again and rebounding with our enrollment and at about 187 now. And we plan to grow to about 210 students over the next couple of years. Next couple of slides just kind of illustrate how we have grown since our last charter. renewal, which was 7 years ago, quite some time ago. First area is recently we realigned our classrooms at the beginning of this academic year. Oop, skip too far. There you are. Realigned our classrooms at the beginning of this academic year. This was a teacher-led initiative. It was also with full community support. After a couple of town halls, we discussed the topic. We used to be a kindergarten standalone, a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 together, and then a 7, 8 middle school. And now we're aligned in this structure, which is kind of the same process that Chico Unified went through a number of years ago. Our grade levels are now better aligned with the scope and sequence for reading instruction and other state standards. Kindergarten was a standalone before too, and it now is grouped with first grade. And so that gives those K students a little bit more of a better multi-age, not graded experience too as well. Couple of new programs that we have since we last were chartered. We're very proud of our meal program, which was developed in 2022. Good food is always a wonderful addition to our school day. Our staff, I don't know if all education staffs are mildly obsessed with food, but we certainly are at our school. This is Chef Jacob, who is a master of turning commodities into healthy and delicious meals. We use Measure K funds and KIT funds to redo our kitchen in 2023, and we're now serving about 100 lunches on site and 20 breakfasts, and really striving to be a model, to develop a model meal program. We have a unbelievable after-school staff that has helped us grow our after-school program the last couple of years and summer programs. Our after-school program is now an integrated thematic program, which aligns with our philosophy. We have our own staff for that. We have really good cohesion between our our school day and the after-school program, which really helps with discipline and behavior. And also, our staff has developed an on-site 6-week summer camp, which began in 2024. Great after-school staff. Outdoor education and adventure has always been a part of our wildflower culture. A multi-day river trip down the Sacramento River is now a tradition in our school. Happens every 2 years and started around the second year that the school was founded. We recently added a four-school transitional kindergarten program, and we've also added forest days for our elementary students. I put together a list of rationale, which we're not going to have time to go through tonight. It would be fun to talk about because it's really interesting research on the need for and benefits of outdoor education. And those needs and benefits are very well documented. We utilize these needs and benefits to develop our forest school and outdoor education programs at our school. A couple of different programs that we have. Our new TK Forest School program is a transitional program established in 2024. We have 14 students, 1 teacher, and 2 assistants out there. It is at 5 Mile and Bidwell Park, rain or shine. You can see our TK kids in their forest school rain suits on a rainy day. It's some of the outdoor activities you can see up on the screen, and adventuring and healthy risk-taking are a daily occurrence at our TK Forest School. Forest days. Forest days involve individual classrooms spending the entire day in nature. Our forest days evolved out of a discussion about how to expand our forest school through the elementary grades. This was a board level decision, something that they really wanted to see a cohesion, not just a standalone forest school, and it's been highly successful. Each wildflower classroom has between 5 and 6 forest days a year, which are full immersion days. Different places in the park. Activities include, this is from the forest school coordinator, tadpole saving, mud play, quiet reading. There are some academics that do go on out there, but mostly it's just activities in Bidwell Park. Lucky to have Bidwell Park. So, and to work with the city on that too as well. I'm going to end this section with a quote from one of our teachers. My students that have a hard time in the classroom were calm physically and emotionally. They were incredibly creative, productive, curious, and without prompting, they were cooperative. That's a quote from a teacher. And I believe that this exemplifies why Wildflower has forest programs and is continuing to push for outdoor education in our community. I am going to sum it up with a with a shameless promotion for our Wildflower Music Festival 2026. It's our biggest fundraiser. This year we're bringing back the Brothers Comatose, which have been a big hit in the past. It's on May 9th, and it is in 20th Street Park. It's the school's largest fundraiser, and it's a good time. So I would just like to conclude by thanking the CUSU board and administration for your time and consideration of our charter. And while I have the public's ears, I would also like to publicly acknowledge and thank the Wildflower staff and board. They are a phenomenal bunch of educators, and it's an honor to work with them. Thank you.
I have two things. I'm just curious if you have any insight. I was struck by the student survey results from 24-25 to 25-26, and you said it was a significant increase. I'm wondering if you have any insight into that.
It's surveys with small schools are tough.
Yeah.
Because a couple answers could move the pendulum up and down. We have spent a great deal of time, which I didn't talk about tonight, on social emotional growth at our school. And also kind of working with teachers, connecting with students and making sure that they have an outlet as far as their needs are concerned. And I think that may have something, I would like to think that had something to do with it. And we'll see as time progresses, because we'll have the same questions going forward. It's a good question.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. You're right, the small number. And also, if you haven't been to the Wildflower Music Festival, you got to go.
Thank you.
I'm just saying, I think I already have my tickets.
Any other board members have questions?
No question, just to thank you. I really appreciate Wildflower's approach to education. I think it's something our city needs. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Well, I was really grateful that you explained what a forest day was, because at first it wasn't clear. So thank you for that.
Wasn't
Sounds
clear to us,
amazing.
too. We're just ironing it out.
It's amazing. Sounds
It's
great.
really going well, though.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to open the public hearing. So if there's any public comment regarding Wildflower, that can be done at this time. Okay, then I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Thank you. So if I understand correctly, this is informational only. So no vote needs to be taken at this time. So thank you, Wildflower. At this time, we're going to ask Blue Oak. Oh, go ahead, Heather.
Hello again. So we also have Blue Oak with us this evening, and they are in their charter petition as well. They presented in January. The Ed Services team is currently reviewing it. And they are here. They have had some leadership transitions. So I have on the mark Vicki Wanacott, board chair, and Lauren Seska, a board member, have started the petition and are planning to present with a few other students and parents. Welcome on up.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. Hi, I'm Vicki Wanacott. I'm the chair of the Blue Oak. Hello. My goodness. Hello. I'm the chair of the Blue Oak Charter Council. I've been with the school since 2017, a little bit after I retired from teaching, and my grandkids got into Blue Oak Kindergarten, which was a truly magical place. I took a tour of the school, became convinced it was a good way to go, and became part of the board. And now I'm the chair. Tonight we have Blue Oak. Blue Oak offers a grounded education in holistic principles of Waldorf. Our school offers a unique developmentally appropriate curriculum that integrates academic excellence with the arts, nature-based learning in every season, and social emotional development through stories from many times and places. Blue Oak engages children through multicultural stories, movement, and music every day, and craft projects using a variety of media. It's a small school community, but very close, focused on the child's development. It engages students and builds a strong community with their fellow students, their family, and the community as a whole. Bonds of family and, excuse me, bonds of family and community follow these students through high school and on into the whole community. And I think they all benefit because of it. We are in the midst of a transition, and I would like to introduce you to our executive director who has been on the job for 2 whole days. And this is Tim Drury. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here. I'm going to be honest. I'm 36 hours in. I've met a lot of people I have not met. There are some amazing people so far that are tackling some monstrous projects. They've been without a director for about a week and a half. The ship is flowing and heading in the right direction. We've had a major move. We've condensed down our campus from a full-size building to a half, and that all happened with the leadership of the board and some of our teachers that have just taken the bulls by the horns and got it done. One thing I'll say, there's a strong sense of community. There's a strong sense of, hey, we got this. We can do this together. I want to do what's best for kids and for the whole child. That mentality in a Waldorf school is what I'm looking forward to be a part of. As the director, I'm going to only be here for like 36 seconds because there's a couple other people that are going to talk that are more important to me. Some parents, some board members, some students, some past students. And I'm looking forward to partnering with all of them and all of you to make this community and our schools better. So up next, coming
Welcome,
our
by the way.
kindergarten teacher, Sheila Moss. All right.
Good evening. I'm Sheila Moss. I've been a part of the Blue Oak community for, I believe, is it 17 years, since 2008? Is that math? Um, First, I was a parent, then I was a volunteer, then I was the after-school program leader and kindergarten aide, and now I've been a teacher for 10 years. I've taught first through fourth, and now I'm teaching TK and kindergarten. I love our Waldorf-inspired public school because of what it did for my son, and I could go on and on about that, but I'm here as a teacher tonight to talk about what it means to me to be a teacher at Blue Oak. Our pedagogy is developmental, and what that means to me is I'm meeting every child exactly where they are, paying attention to research on brain development and paying attention to what the students themselves are showing me they need each day, each week, each month. We strive to teach our children to love school and learning and the world by enlivening all of our lessons with material from cultures from all over the world. So that means engaging stories and histories, dances, games, singing, instrumental music, visual art, theater arts, cultural festivals are infused into every single lesson. We give children regular hands-on activities and experimental learning. So they do things even in kindergarten and TK like sewing, cooking. In first grade, they begin knitting. In third grade, gardening. Actually in kindergarten, gardening too. Math games, clay modeling, woodworking, science experiments, etc. We want to get their hands on things and really experiencing nature and the world and how the world works. We involve children in the community, taking them on curriculum related and very community building day field trips starting in TK and kindergarten, and then starting in third grade, multi-day field trips to various places that are related to the curriculum of that grade. We practice looping, which to me is very meaningful in that it gives the teacher and the class stay together for multiple years, which gives the teachers and the students a chance to really build relationships with each other and build community that's really strong and supportive. We use restorative practices to address challenges as they arise and to, again, build community, build those relationships that are so important to making the children receptive to the learning, the lessons that we're giving them. And most of all, we remember that each student brings their own unique story, gifts, curiosity, and challenges to their class community. And we try to cherish and nurture their sense of individuality, their sense of competence, that they can do things, their sense of agency, and their interconnectedness to their class community, the school community, the larger community of Chico, and the world. Thank you so much for your continuing support of our beloved school and for your time and consideration this evening. And I'd like to introduce now current Blue Oak parents, Lauren and Daniel Seska.
Hi, Chico Unified. Thanks for letting me speak for a moment. I just wanted to share my support and enthusiasm for Blue Oak. I grew up in a Waldorf education, and so it's something that is very dear to my heart and something that I want to be able to provide both of my kids. I've got two kids at Blue Oak, one in the TK and one in first grade. And every day they love going to school. They love their friends. They love their teachers. You heard a little bit about the wonderful curriculum that the teachers provide. And I think that's one of the biggest strengths that I remember is the development of a love of learning and exploring, not just strictly academics, but all, all the broad breadth of being human. The different art classes, the different history lessons, all of that is really focusing on developing the whole child. And that's something that's really instilled in me a lifelong love of learning to this day. And something that I really want to be able to provide to my kids. And I'm really happy to have them be part of such a wonderful school with such caring teachers that really are the beating heart of everything that happens there. So just want to offer my support and just a little bit of that, flavor from my own history and how I'm able to pass it forward to my own kids. Thank you.
Hi, I'm the other half of Daniel. I'm Lauren Seska. I'm on the board at Blue Oak. I'm also a Waldorf teacher. I don't teach at Blue Oak, but I've taught at other private schools, Waldorf private schools around the country. And what I love is that this education is free and it's accessible to anyone. And I think that that's important. Education should be accessible to anyone. What I also love about Waldorf education is that it nurtures the collective as much as the individual. And so community is huge. And one way in which parents at our school can really kind of dip into the wellspring of all of this amazing curriculum and the culture, the artistry, the beauty is through our seasonal festivals. And they are hosted by our parent council, but everyone participates. We celebrate the fall equinox with a festival of courage. We celebrate the winter solstice with a winter market where we do lots of fundraising for all of the field trips from 3rd through 8th grade. And we celebrate the spring with a May Fair. And in these festivals, the students are singing, the faculty is singing, there's games. I know a lot of schools have at least one big festival they do, and Blue Oak and Waldorf schools, we have them throughout the year because we want to celebrate the human being's relationship to nature through this seasonal life. And so I really enjoy that piece of Waldorf education. I could go on and on, but I will pass it on to a Blue Oak alumni, Josephine Anderson, who's in high school now and graduated from Blue Oak, and will tell you more about her experience. Thank you, Josephine.
Hello, my name is Josephine Anderson.
I currently go to Chico High and I'm a junior, but I will never forget my time at Blue Oak. It was truly amazing, and it's a great part of my childhood that I will always remember. It has very much impacted my daily life, and I think it will continue into my adult life, and I'm very grateful for this. I have many connections from Blue Oak from grades below me and grades above me. And we always joke with each other that you have a Blue Oak face because you just know and you just have a connection with someone when they went to Blue Oak. I've had the same best friend since kindergarten, and we have a bond that will never be broken. And it's one of the best relationships I have in my life, and I think of her as a sister. Now, me with all my friends, we all have branched out in high school and we all have our own relationships now. But along with my social life, I have an amazing academic life. I think Blue Oak really set me straight with the academics they gave me and the tools they gave me to have a great mind and use great techniques for this. Like, I'm in many AP classes and honors classes with a very high GPA, and this is all due to the amazing teachers and staff that were at Blue Oak. I believe that my motivation towards school has a lot to do with how I was raised in elementary school, always looking forward to school, always going ready to get my hands dirty. And going into middle school, I learned so much curriculum that made me inspired to go to school every day. And I believe that school is an amazing thing to everybody, and I wish that more people saw that. But I'm very grateful for Blue Oak. And thank you for all to listen to what I have to say. Thank you.
Finally, we have one more student, Peyton. All righty, Peyton's an eighth grader.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Peyton, and I'm an 8th grade student at Blue Oak. I'm here today to talk about how the school has helped me become the person I am today. When I think about my experience at Blue Oak, I don't just think of all of the homework and tests I've done. I think of all the friendships I've made, the valuable things I've learned in main lesson, or the handwork class where I learned how to knit and explore my creativity. Blue Oak has allowed me to learn in many different ways. Here, I feel included by all of my peers and my teachers, some who have been with my class for years. At this school, my teachers taught me how to be kind to others, how to resolve conflicts thoughtfully, and look at the world with an open mind. Because Blue Oak is a charter school, the curriculum values Waldorf principles while meeting high academic standards. That means time in nature, more focus on art, and being more like a community. Renewing our charter isn't just about keeping a school open. It's about investing in a place that helps children grow into compassionate, open-minded people. I ask you to support the renewal of Blue Oak so more kids can experience this special, holistic education. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that was a really fantastic presentation by all of us. Almost.
If you do
I
so
want to
say.
thank
So.
Chico Unified for listening and having our back. And thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure who we would address the questions to, but do you two want to stand up here just in case? Okay. And I don't even know if we have any questions. We'll see. Are there any questions from the board?
Great job. I like that.
We're letting you off easy tonight, I guess. Okay. Okay. Though at this time we do need to open it for public hearing. Are there any? So we're now opening it for public hearing. Is there any public comment? Yes.
Hello, my name is Julia, and first of all, let me say that those schools sound amazing. Unfortunately, my child cannot attend that school. While I think all of those things sound so fantastic, my child has a disability, so she is not welcome at those schools. And it is unfortunate that these amazing programs that exist, like going these wilderness days, and I saw fantastic music and art and all these different things that the public schools don't generally offer, do not exist for my child. And while I think it's wonderful that our community offers this, these schools are taking public funds and discriminating against children with disabilities. I cannot enroll my child in these schools. And to me, that is not fair. The only options my child has is, and children like mine, I'm not just saying my child, we have hundreds of children with disabilities within Chico Unified that are not welcome at these schools, even though they are taking public funds. Do I think that these charters should be renewed? Absolutely. Wonderful programs. Do I think that it should be mandatory that they accept children with disabilities? Absolutely. Is that a question that you as the board are asking? I don't hear that, but I think it needs to be asked. Why, if you're by law, if you're taking federal funds, you should have to include children with disabilities, and that is not happening at this time. All children within Chico USD should have access to these wonderful, amazing programs that we're talking about, and right now, that's not happening. And I think that these questions need to be asked. Why aren't children with disabilities allowed in these charter schools? How should we support them in the future? And how can we integrate them? I do not agree with the fact that we continue to fund these charter schools that are discriminatory against children with disabilities. And these questions need to be asked. Again, I cannot just go enroll my child in these schools like I could in Chico Unified. And if Chico Unified is funding these schools, my child should have equal access. Thank you.
Do we have any other public comment?
My name is Elwood, and I have big feelings. I'm a kindergarten parent at Blue Oak, and I have a child with an IEP. And I'd like to thank you for coming up. Thank you. Your name? Julia. Well, I think that Julia brings up some really good points, and I want to speak to that and make public comment because while absolute statements don't really give it justice, that we at Blue Oak or maybe at Wildflower or any other charter school don't accept children with disabilities, I'd like to point out that there are limits. And I'd like to bring up that maybe the funding and the resources for the schools is limited when it comes to being able to facilitate programs and support the staff to be able to host children of a multitude of disabilities and not just certain ones. I don't know what it's like in school very much. I have my very first children in kindergarten. I'm very new at this. But I want to be supportive and I want to speak out for the staff and the teachers of the schools that work very hard to accommodate, but also to know and learn how to advocate for funding for these programs and to know specifically what needs need to be met and how to meet those needs. That we at Blue Oak that I've experienced are accommodating and to what degree they can be, right? So I look forward to learning how we can be supportive of providing the resources to the staff and teachers and to the funding for all of the schools in Chico Unified School District. I'm sure it's not an easy task that you all have to determine where the funding goes, but they matter even if one concern doesn't cancel out the other, right? So I want to speak on behalf of Blue Oak and say that they do consider and accept children with disabilities. Even if every children's needs aren't met, they can be. And I think they should be. And that's all.
Do we have any more public comment? Okay, we're going to close the public hearing at this time. This was informational only, so we don't need to take a vote at this time. All right, we are going to be moving on to item 3. This is going to be a discussion action item. At this time, we're going to be discussing we're going to be having a discussion regarding the purchase and contract for Riverside Technologies camera and video surveillance system, refresh using Verkada technology. So I'd like to invite John Vincent to come up at this time.
Good evening, board. So I was thinking instead of maybe discussing cameras, we could bring the choir back for like 4 or 5 more numbers, but I think it looks like they may have left. So we'll just dive into cameras. So, and excuse me, please, we don't have a slideshow today, so I'm gonna be referring to my notes. So please excuse me for looking down multiple times. So there's been a lot of discussion about Chico Unified's recent camera system purchase. Tonight, I'd like to cover the rationale for the decision to migrate from our current system, which is Milestone, to Verkada. We'd also like to dispel rumors about how this system works, how data is safeguarded, and the vendor's reputation. So first and foremost, you can't hear? So I can move this to the side.
There are some seats, though, that have become available if anyone would be more comfortable sitting down.
Is this better like this?
Yes.
All right. So first and foremost, this is not a new system. So what we're doing is a camera refresh, what we currently have in place. So we're going to be taking down one camera and putting another camera in its place. The change doesn't include a new way to access camera. It does include a new way to access cameras, but again, this is not a brand new rollout. It's a replacement for our old cameras. We do have some speakers here with us tonight who'll be presenting. So I'd like, so I ask please, if you would, if the board's willing to hold your questions to the end so that we can get through all the speakers and then might be able to answer some of your questions as we go through this presentation. So tonight, myself will be speaking, John Vincent, Director of Technology, Jacqueline Kruger, our Deputy Superintendent and CBO will be speaking. We have 2 representatives from Verkada. We have Mike Shembri, did I pronounce that correctly? Mike is the Senior Regional Sales Director. And then Darren Sanfelipe, who is a Solutions Engineer. I get that right as well, yes? Fantastic. And then we also have David McKay here. He's going to talk about, he's a principal at one of our schools. He'll be talking about the principal's perspective. He'll be talking about how cameras are currently used at schools and also how a new system can help him and other principals at their sites as well. So to start off, I just want to give a quick review of how we got to where we are and how we got there. So we currently use a system called Access and Milestone. So Access are the cameras and Milestone is a system that we use to view the cameras. We began purchasing those back in 2014. So that was 12 years ago. The cameras we have, the Access cameras, all they do is stream the video. They don't do anything else but stream video. And so we need to have a place to put that video. And so in our data center, we have storage and servers where all that video goes and is stored in our data center at the district office. So we have cameras and we have storage. We also have a third piece, which is Milestone. So Milestone is our video management system, or VMS. Milestone is the software that's used by our staff, our principals, to view the camera. So when they want to see an event on a camera, they'll log into Milestone. They can do searching there. They can export data, export footage if they need to. So Milestone is the system that they use. So there's 3 parts to our current system. So that started in 2014. So over 5 years then, that system slowly grew as we added more cameras to our school sites. And because of that, it also made our data center storage grow as well, right? So as we add cameras, it made the data center the storage that we needed to grow. One of the big things about this too was, so when we started, we had 1080 HD cameras, right? So these are like, the old 1080 HD TVs. When we started, we had that resolution of camera. And as time went on, we started getting 4K cameras. So 4K cameras require 4 times the storage. So to put that in perspective, if we have a single server that originally held 200 cameras onto it with 1080, when we got 4K cameras, it could only hold 50, right? So it really caused our data storage needs to really balloon as time went by as we increased our camera resolution. So by 2019, so 5 years later, it became clear that we need to buy some kind of a solution for the storage for the cameras, because the cameras we originally were using was the same storage that all of our systems run in. So we had to buy something for these cameras. So we purchased equipment starting in 2019 called Pivot 3. And that's a custom made device just for video footage. That's what that device does. So now 7 years later, that equipment is in our data center and we have all of our cameras going into Pivot 3. And that equipment is now coming towards the end of its life. So it's based on Dell servers. Dell servers have a 5-year warranty. You get 2 extra years. So 7 years is a standard warranty that you could have a server before they become unreliable. So now we're in a position where this coming summer, we need to replace that equipment because that equipment is sitting there and it's old and needs to be replaced. So when we started looking into that, we found out that the licensing for that as well was changing and they were adding additional licensing at a large cost. So we made the decision, hey, we need to look and see, is this system even still a viable system? Is it still the best system that's out there for us? So we went out and got quotes from all the different components, because there's so many components to this. And as we did that, we looked at other solutions. So we looked at Verkada and we looked at Vigilon. So when we got all the quotes in and we looked at all the different systems, it became clear that Verkada was the winner based upon not only cost, because the cost is so much lower than our current solution, but also on the feature set and the ease of use for the interface, because it's a newer interface. It's much easier to use. So really Verkada was the standout choice. And so moving forward on this, so that's kind of the background on how we got to where we are right now. So what I'd like to do is bring this over to Jacqueline, because she can talk to you a little bit about the financial side of this and what the cost difference is between what we currently use now and what the Verkada system looks like.
Thank you, John. I just wanted to piggyback off what you were saying on the infrastructure piece. So our milestone current system, the infrastructure costs are significant. So in order to compare apples to apples, we looked at this from a 10-year perspective, because that's what Verkada's agreement is a 10-year perspective. So our current system over the next 10 years would cost $4.6 million. And the new system would cost $1.9 or $2 million. So on an annual basis, we're saving over $250,000 and getting newer cameras and a better infrastructure to support those. And I want to be really clear that the new system is coming out of the exact same budget that our current milestone cameras are coming out of, which is not in our general fund. It is a completely separate fund that is to be used for infrastructure and facilities only. So we cannot hire staff out of it. We cannot pay for our daily operations out of that. It has to be for facilities and infrastructure related items.
Good, thank you, Jacqueline. So at this time, I'd like to bring up our Verkada reps. We have, once again, we have excuse me. We have Mike. Yeah, come on up, guys. And you guys can talk a little bit to describe. Do you have a statement? They have a statement I'd like to make.
Thank you, everyone. Hi, everyone. Good evening. Thank you, community. My name is Mike Shembry, so I'm here from Verkada. I'm glad here today with my colleague Darren Sanfilippo to share a little bit more about who we are and our commitment to the Chico USD community and address some questions that I know have come up. Verkada builds and protects, excuse me, Verkada builds products that make communities that we live in and work safer. And I specifically work with California schools in the public sector in California and in Northern California. Sorry, Julie, your words touched me a lot. My wife is an inclusion specialist, so I totally agree with everything you said. So I apologize. Sorry. As a parent, this means a lot to me to be here in a lot of different ways. I specifically work with schools in the public sector here in Northern California. We're deeply rooted in California. We have over 600 school districts that we protect and utilize Verkada. We're proud to be adding Chico USD to that list, and we share the same goal that each of you have in this room, which is to create a safe environment, not just for students, but for faculty and staff. Verkada's work within Chico and the schools across the state, is also personal for me. My wife is an inclusion specialist, and I have a son, and I'm grateful for him to be able to go to public school. So when I say this, this means a lot to everybody, including Darren, who's also a parent. I know John and his team have shared this already, but our platform will not just save the district long-term maintenance costs, but most importantly, it will empower Chico's team to do the important work of keeping students and staff safe with a modern, updated technology platform that has enhanced features and controls in place. So that said, I know the team has shared some concerns, and I'm here to address those today. So first, I want to underscore the privacy aspect. That's at the heart of our product's design. I know John has detailed this a lot already, but for what's most important for everyone to understand is each of our customers fully own all of the data. That's a big misconception that's going around online. So every one of our customers has control of all of their data. We do not retain any video footage or any other customer information. All video, images, and data are all encrypted at rest on the devices and in transit. So that's going to the cloud architecture to view it. Furthermore, we've built governance and control features to make responsibility easy. So that's audit logs and every traction. So think of anytime someone views a camera, who logs in, who enabled a certain feature or turned something off. It's all auditable from every single action performed on any camera within the organization. So very important. So if a video is ever leaked or anything of that nature, you will know exactly who and when and where and how. So that is a big misconception to just there. Next, I'll bring up our security incident that was brought up from 2021. You can all read about this publicly on our Verkada blog. It's still publicly today on our website, where a hacker compromised our platform and gained access to then our 97 customers of our set 6,000. Today, we have over 32,000 customers globally, so we've grown tremendously since that time. We immediately investigated and contained that incident. We curtailed the attacker's access within 2 hours of discovery, and we notified customers that same instance. We then began immediate work to strengthen our safeguards and parenting within leading cybersecurity specialists. Promise I'm almost done. Just wanted to go through a couple things. We've since continued to prioritize strengthening Verkada's data security for fostering obtaining leading industry certifications. So on top of this, we've adopted the FTC's information security programs for protocols. So a third-party assessors conduct biannual reviews as part of these protocols. So our customers are provided with another layer of assurance that we're then consistently strengthening our security posture. So security and privacy are at the core of what we do, and we take that responsibility and protect you and our customers very seriously. Next was brought up was our company culture, I believe, specifically from an incident back in 2019. When I know of our employees misuse our software internally, we recognize that and we let down our members, customers, and partners at that time. But we learned a lot from that lesson. We've made organizational changes, doubled down on our culture, established clear protocols, and began to facilitate regular training and hired new personnel to align within our company vision. And what's most importantly for the room to understand is Verkada has grown drastically since that incident in 2019. It's a very different company from what we are today. Like I said, we've massively grown since then. And 97.5% of the company is not here or was not there at the time of that incident. So a lot has changed. Those are essentially our founding team. Many thanks to everyone for having us here. And again, we're proud to serve the Chico community and address any questions or concerns, but we are here to protect not just the faculty, staff, but the students. So with that said, I'll pause for that.
Thank you, Mike. I appreciate that. So we also have Dave McKay here. So he'll be telling you a little bit about how he uses the cameras at his school. We were going to have Scott Harris here, but he came down with the flu. So we don't have him here today, but he's available if you have any questions for him. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, John. So on behalf of the principals of the school district, and I don't pretend to speak for everybody, this is my opinion, and in talking to some colleagues, particularly after we had a demo of the system, there's overall, I think we were intrigued by the potential to improve the safety and efficiency of our day-to-day operations, keeping students and staff safe through this system. And there's a few kind of questions that come up a lot that drive administrators' use of the current security cameras. And I think this system holds a lot of promise for, again, increasing the safety and efficiency. The first is the who is this student question. That's very common. Right now, you take a screenshot, you send it to your other administrators. Hey, do you recognize this student? They, created some vandalism on our campus, or they were on our campus and they shouldn't have been. And so it takes time to try to identify. Sometimes we're not able to identify the student based on that particular footage. Once it's been emailed to other principals. So this process seems like it would be very efficient to be able to identify, to lock into that particular student and be able to potentially identify them. Also on campus, sometimes we don't know every single kid by name. And so if a student reports to us that somebody said something or did something to them in the hallway, then we can kind of identify and find that student. Right now, again, we kind of like take a screenshot and then like send it around to the teachers, go, hey, does anybody know the student's name? And then we kind of investigate it from there. Another question, where and when did it happen? Particularly at junior high, some kids have a really hard time placing themselves at a moment in time, especially if something emotional happened to them. And so right now you have to go back and go, okay, so you're leaving third period, and we try to click around to many different cameras to try to manually track the student to see if we can identify when the incident took place and where it took place, who was involved, who might have seen it, so we can pull in some witnesses. And again, this program seems like it would really potentially aid in the efficiency of being able to interview those students and then get some kind of positive resolution to that situation, including the other side. Sometimes, again, we want to find out what happened a few minutes before that situation. And if we can easily identify the student and then follow that student seamlessly through this program, instead of trying to manually click on a bunch of different cameras, I think we can get a much more efficient and a better complete picture of a given incident. Again, we want to administer justice, firmly, fairly, and get positive resolution so we can move forward. And then there's the should this student be here question. Sometimes you have students on or around campus that shouldn't be there. They kind of damn, that's funny. I got 1,000 kids, but you don't look like one of my students. And so trying to get ID on that student, find out where they are, where they're supposed to be. Again, this system could help with that a lot in terms of identifying that student and then following up to make sure that they're not where they shouldn't be. And finally, in this day and age, we now have in our schools signs that basically say, hey, no yelling, no berating office staff coming in here. And sometimes some people have to get 626 letters where like, hey, you're not welcome on our school grounds for 7 days because you pose a safety risk to our staff and our students. And so being able to identify when that person is on campus for that length of time, again, would be a huge boost to our current safety. And we're trying to manage the day-to-day, and we have somebody coming onto campus that shouldn't be on campus. Perhaps they have a stay away order or whatnot from a staff member or a student. We want to use everything that we can to make that situation as safe as possible. And then finally, there's the who took my stuff quality of life crimes. Again, sometimes kids don't know where they left their backpack that now doesn't have their cell phone. And so again, using the technology to be able to track the student, find out where their backpack was, and then identify who maybe went rummaging through it. Yeah, it's a big help to keeping the quality of life it's to a minimum and being able to get some speedy resolution to, again, that safety and efficiency. So that is kind of the summary of how I feel like it appeals to me as a site administrator.
So with this new system, what we're hoping to do is be able to give new tools to our principals and our assistant principals that let them to be able to allow them to be able to speed up the process of what they do right now. So right now we've had this system now, the old system for 12 years. It's very old and clunky. They have to go in and manually scan through all the footage to try to find things. It's very, very slow, and time goes by, and valuable time goes by. So that's one of the greatest things about this system is it allows our staff to do the same things they do today, but much more quickly. I do have some final things here I want to mention before we close this up and open it up to questions. So many of our older cameras right now are out of warranty. This project will replace all of our current cameras with new 4K cameras. The old system lasted us for 12 years. It's now antiquated and slow and difficult to work with, like I mentioned. Anyone who's worked with Milestone, our system, knows how that feels. It's just not very intuitive, and it just takes time. It's also limited because the current system, you can only run it on certain machines. It's very resource hungry, and so we put office computers in our principals' offices with video cards in them, special machines that allow them to run this program smoothly. The one that we have right now is very clunky if you don't have a good quality machine. The new system is not that way. The new one is all web-based, so it's very, very fast. You can actually do it on your phone. So a principal could have it on their phone as they're walking to an event, and something that's happening, and know what's going on. They can see it on their phone as they walk up, and they're not walking up blind, or they don't have to go back to their office to view it there beforehand. So it opens up that whole new door for them to be able to come into a situation with knowledge of what's going on and not have to worry about that. So the new system is a 10-year all-inclusive warranty and subscription. So the cameras themselves have a 10-year hardware warranty. It has a full 10-year subscription. The cost is already baked in, so we don't have to pay anything. It's all inclusive, no additional fees. All future feature updates over the next 10 years are included as well. So if they come out with a new feature in 5 years, we receive that as well. We don't have to pay anything extra for that. It's all inclusive. It comes with a 24/7 technical support for that whole period as well. And it really is truly an all-inclusive licensing that it comes with this, which makes it much more simpler than what we currently have, which is all these different licenses. And right now, our current cameras only have a 5-year warranty, and we can't extend those. So it just is a better option all the way around. One thing that Mike mentioned that's really important to understand too is that the data that's in this system on our cameras and in this system, it belongs to Chico Unified. It does not belong to Verkada. That information is stored and encrypted, and we have the encryption key. We have the key, and nobody can get into that data unless we give them permission. And if we were to lose that key, it's so locked down. If we lost that key, nobody could get in. So it would be locked out, and we'd have to start all over again. That's how locked down it is. So the data is very, very safe up there. Only Chico Unified can have access and grant access to others. So I know there are concerns about facial recognition. So I wanted to mention that really quickly. As a parent, I'm concerned about that as well. And I know there's big companies out there like Meta, Microsoft that collect data on us, and we don't know how they're using that data. So facial recognition is something that's just like the footage itself would be locked in that system, and only Chico Unified would have access. One thing I wanted to mention too, and I think Mike mentioned it as well, is all these safety features that are on this system now. So they had issues in the past, all the different cybersecurity certifications they have, the certification for the on how to keep the data locked into a vault is all verified by third-party auditors and government oversight. So the FTC oversees that as well. And then finally, the last thing I want to mention is, once again, I know facial recognition is an area of concern for people, and that system that can be turned off. So, if that's something that the board decides they want to do is turn off the facial recognition on the system, it's very easy to do. And once that's turned off, we have a separate system that we use that we can put Verkada into, so it locks it down so nobody can change that setting. So then it's locked into that system. So only myself and one other IT person can change it if you do want to change it. And then it's fully audited and actually takes a screenshot of my screen. If I change a setting, it's taken a screenshot. So it's extremely locked down so that nobody can go in and just change it and then change it back. That way the board has full control over that. So no one can change that setting unless the board makes that decision to change that setting. So it's really then that facial recognition is in your hands and it's managed by you and not by us. So all that being said, this really was just we have an old system that is antiquated, and we just wanted to upgrade it to a new modern system. That's all this was, just to try to bring us into line with the new system. The old one was old and slow and expensive. So with that all said, I hope this helps you to understand how this system works. And it gives the board and members of the audience a little peace of mind, knowing that it's not a bad system that we're trying to shove on everybody, but it really is just a modern video surveillance system that is taking the place of the one that we currently have. So with that, if the board has any questions, we're open to any questions.
There, did my mic come on?
Yes.
Okay. Um, summary. Because, you know, I'm a recipient of a lot of concerned emails, the same as the rest of us. And when I went digging for answers to the concerned emails, correct me if I'm wrong, but what I found was, like you said, the system we are now using, which is the Milestone,
Yes, that's correct.
is old,
Yes.
longer than I've been on the board. Old.
12 years.
Yeah, that's getting there. That replacing it, not only does it save us $4.6 million.
So it'd be the savings of 2.6 million over 10 years. So the
Okay.
total cost is 4.6 million for Milestone.
Okay.
Yes.
So saves us money.
A lot of money.
The next thing that, you know, being an employee that worked at a school site for a number of years, I know what happens when an incident occurs and administration and others are going out to try and figure out, okay, what just happened? Who said what? Who hit who first? Who stole, you know, whatever it is that's missing? And I know how long it used to take to get information for administration to act on. Sometimes it was the next day. And that's not effective protection for our students, my opinion. The next biggest concern, of course, was the facial recognition feature that a lot of people did not act to want to have active. And I found out that we can choose to not activate that feature. I was thrilled because of all of the benefits that the program offers us to keep our students and our staff safe. So what are the downsides? I don't see them. That's basically, you know, once I got information that was correct and showing us what we did or what you attempted to do for us was upgrade a system that basically it is old and it isn't very, you can't recognize what's going on in a lot of instances. This system has another feature that I thought was extremely valuable, especially on our larger campuses, is if a student goes down, a health emergency or something like that, that there is like an alert to the
Excuse me, Eileen.
monitoring system.
Do you mind? Can I interrupt for a minute? We're going to have an opportunity to have some board discussion time. So I just want to limit this time to questions if we can. Is that, could we, do you
Yeah,
have a
I
specific question or?
lots of them, but
Okay.
I didn't know there were going to be two components to what we were doing tonight. Okay. Thank you, Madam President.
Did you want to ask a question at this time or do you want to wait a moment?
No, the questions I had, I made in the way of statements about comparing the costs, comparing the the viability of using the system. Those are the issues that I had. But yeah, if I need to wait for later, I'm perfectly happy to wait for later.
Are there questions?
Thank you. So, John, can you tell us, so the feature that Eileen was talking about, um, the ability to, for the system to see that there is an issue. It might be a student, it could be a staff member, if somebody falls or passes out or whatnot. Um, is that that feature is separate from the facial recognition feature?
That is, yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
And just to address, so facial recognition for us is very different. So we're not identifying first and last name. This is simply facial analytics on a person's face, matching up characteristics of a person. It's never going to identify me as Mike Shembry if I walk onto campus, if that makes sense. So it's not like an airport where it's true facial recognition going into a database. This is your recognition of similar facial features. But to address that, yes, this like slip and fall, that has nothing to do with the face analytics. That's just purely a person. And then to address Eileen, the features are actually, sorry, John, but they're default off. You have to actually turn everything on. So instead of turning them off, you have to turn them on. So everything comes default off, just like audio, because every state has different compliances for audio. Our cameras have the ability for that. That's all off. And to John's point, it's all organizational admins that have the ability to change that, but you need two of them, and there's an auto log on that. So if there's any mal play or foul play, the whole board and everyone will be able to see. And then for the community members, because again, I'm a parent as well, if there was ever an incident where video is needed to be shared with law enforcement or parents, you can selectively blur specific people in it to protect other student and parent privacy. Very, very important. That was a big feature request in 2019. So customers that bought our camera system, for example, to John's point, receive that feature automatically. So that's another important thing I just wanted to highlight, that there is a lot of great things for this. I understand the world that we're living in today with facial recognition, and that sounds very scary. And less than 5%, I asked this, so less than 5% of the people at the airport actually say no to the facial recognition. You don't have to actually have your picture taken. So just wanted to say that.
So if I could add really quickly too, so there is the slip and fall feature that identifies if someone goes down. So like a medical emergency or something. Another one they offer though too that comes with it is when someone hops a fence. So we had issues in the past with people hopping the fence at the courtyard and going and stealing catalytic converters. This would identify that someone, hey, someone just hopped the fence, and can notify. And fighting too. So there's a fighting ability to identify if there's fighting as well. Yeah. So
Last thing I'll say is to you again, is think of Blockbuster going to Netflix. That is what the technology is shifting from in terms of searching for things versus fast forward and rewind. Everyone remembers that. You get penalized if you don't return it to Blockbuster Rewound. A lot of people don't know what I'm talking about. Some do. But now it's you can jump to episode 4, season 5, and instead of a day, you can find the entire investigation, giving it to police in less than a minute if you have the identified person. So very powerful things that can truly and have saved lives that I wish I can share in front of everyone. But happy to address any questions. And Darren here is from the technical side as well. So please, I want everyone to feel comfortable.
Right. Thanks. I got a laundry list. I'll try and make it short. First of all, thank you, John. I do know that we all came into this with good intentions, and I appreciate very much the community coming out and saying, hey, this is what we need to talk about here. So thank you guys for that. So first of all, this is a subscription service. We're buying the hardware. The subscription recurring payment is for just for the storage.
So in this instance, we bought the whole package. So it
What does that
comes-
mean?
So we bought the hardware, the cameras, the 10-year subscription, the
Subscription to what?
Because it's a cloud service. So so the cameras record into the camera, but it also then copies into the cloud.
Okay.
And then the searching and stuff, I believe, works in the cloud as well. So it's a cloud service as well, right? So the packages for the entire thing is for the cameras, 10 years of service, 10 years of being able to utilize the cameras, and then also 24/7 support as well. So it's a one-time payment. There's no recurring payment where it's done and that's
Okay.
it for 10 years.
Unlimited storage. So to John's point on servers, the cameras hold the storage individually. And then when you save something, it's saved in the archive, which is on AWS. So our platform is built on Amazon Web Services. So behind their security protocol as well. So you can save unlimited amount of video. So to answer your question, the subscription that we have, we do 1, 3, 5, and 10-year licensing, and that's paid up front to essentially recession proof and help budgets for schools just like yourself for one-time grants or build it into their capital budget or operational, excuse me. Does that answer your question on
For the most part, yeah. So if the cameras,
Yeah.
if the agreement were severed at any point for some reason, the cameras would brick?
No, not necessarily. They would be just the ability to send the stream out, but you would need another VMS to a video management to ingest that feed. So previously you had 3 different manufacturers utilizing a camera system trying to talk to each other. Verkada essentially replaced all 3 of them to be one. So we're a hardware manufacturer, but we're in San Mateo. We're a Silicon Valley. We're a software company at heart.
So when AWS goes down, does our service go down for the
No,
security cameras?
No, and I'm happy to address that with
Please,
Darren.
that's
Yeah,
important.
absolutely.
Great question. So if something went down, the cameras would still be accessible. Each camera holds memory locally on the camera. So all the footage is retained locally 24/7. So if the internet went down, AWS went down for some instance, locally, you would still be able to get to the cameras locally. You just wouldn't be able to remote access from anywhere in the world, but the camera footage is accessible locally from a computer or a mobile software.
So the camera holds 30 days, right?
30 days at
Okay.
24/7.
Put it on the camera itself.
Thank you. That's good to know.
Every second, not
Yeah.
very different.
I hear you. Okay. The end user license agreement that we were provided with states that we grant Verkada non-exclusive right license to use, reproduce, modify, store, and process the data solely to maintain the products and to provide them to the customer. Under those terms, could Verkada see our data if they decided it was necessary to?
Absolutely not. So the only way we would be able to access any type of footage, it had to be explicitly granted access to us, the support team. It is done through a series of controls within the platform, and we use something that's called a support token, which is an encrypted token that allows us to access the footage. And that is also set on a certain amount of time, maybe 7 days, 2 weeks. But absolutely not. We would not be able to get to the data unless you guys give us explicit access to it.
Okay, I think I answered my next question. So if somebody came up with a warrant or a subpoena to look at some of our data, could they go directly to you?
They could not.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. And then my next question actually for John and our admin team, who sets the policy for who on our team can access the cameras?
So that would be done through senior cabinets. So generally I work with our DIRT team, John Shepard, to determine who has access. And that's going to really be the KUMA team, right? That's going to be our principals and vice principals, and they only have access to cameras at their site, right?
That was
Not,
my next
not
question.
district-wide.
So, okay,
So then really then directors at the district office would have district-wide access. It's very, very limited. And I've been a proponent of that for many years when we have our current system, because video camera footage has the potential to be like the most sensitive data that we have if something happens. And so keeping that secured is extremely important. And I've been preaching that for a long, long time.
Okay, I may have more later, but those are the key points, and I want to give everybody else some time to talk to. Thank you very much.
I have a question. I think it's, and this is something maybe the public's going to be bringing up too. I just want it kind of in layman's term, because that's what I understand. The possibility of hacking is, I think, a significant concern. Can you address statistically or anything regarding how easy it would be to hack? Because we hear about the bank gets hacked and the insurance company gets hacked. And so can you talk about that?
I didn't take that.
Sure. So here's where we can start a little bit. First and foremost, with our cameras, what happens is that footage that I talked about that's stored locally on the cameras, it uses what's called an encryption key. And John and team are using their own encryption key. So what that means is that data is scrambled. And the only way you're able to get to that footage is by using that encryption key that's being used. So that's kind of first and foremost on the camera. Anything that's transmitted over the internet also uses another standard of encryption. It basically scrambles the footage or any data that's being transmitted. So if someone's trying to sit in the middle and access that data, they wouldn't be able to access it. And third and foremost is AWS. AWS is what they do is they have a series of standards, everything from firewalls to network security, and also their own encryption on top of that. And the last piece is there's a standard out there that's referred to as SOC 2 compliance. And what that is an industry standard of how to secure and protect data, whether it's stored on AWS or on the cameras. And we've not only does Verkada own that certificate, but AWS is in that same bucket of that certificate to meet industry standards. So that's kind of a high level of encryption and how we protect the data. But does that answer your question? Is that?
Well, kind of, but my next question is probably just a little too far off for that. So
Sure.
thank you.
Yep.
Can I add to that really quickly? So it's very similar to how your banking app works. When you're on your banking app, I feel safe using my banking app on my phone because it's encrypted between your phone and the bank. The data is encrypted and nobody can take it and they can't receive it and unscramble it. Same thing with the data that we have here with Verkada. That data is encrypted as well. And so it would be it's like really high encryption. Was it 256?
Yes.
I mean, no one's going to be able to crack that. It's just like your bank. No one's going to be able to just crack that. So it's very, very safe. And on the user end, so on the side, let's say the principals, let's say they're on their phone, we're going to secure that with Duo. So you can't just have someone get on there and get in there and look at footage. We'll use Duo, and all of our employees know about Duo. Unfortunately, it's one of those curses. I think our board members do too, the curse of Duo. But it's what we do to keep safe, right? It's a way of proving who you are because you have a device, right? You have something. It's more than just something you know, your password. It's something you have. You have Duo with you. So you prove who you are by having it with you. That's the power of Duo. So that's how we'll keep it safe for our staff as well. So when staff are using it, they'll have to authenticate or log in using Duo. So that way it's safe.
That bank example was excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
I understood that.
May I again?
Yeah.
So I think you mentioned, but I just want to be real clear. So the system that is for the camera, the security camera, has no access or communication to any of the other student information systems?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I know you said this already, but how many schools in California are 600 districts within California? Okay.
Actually, on that note, John, what is the deployment plan? Where exactly are these cameras are they going to be mostly on the high schools, or are we going to have them on every site? What's the deployment plan?
So currently we have cameras on every site. All of our school sites have cameras. And so we're looking at replacing what's out there right now. And so we would start at a smaller site, probably up on Lassen, because that's one of our smallest sites. And if there's any bugs to work out as far as the back end, like the login and everything, and we would work out those bugs there. And then when that's done, we're hoping to then deploy it over spring break onto our high schools next, so that we can get those taken care of, because those are big sites. But every school has cameras. They all do right now.
Do you know roughly how many there are per elementary site?
Elementaries, gosh, I would be guessing, how many? 30 or 40.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? We have quite a few public comments, so I want to make sure we get through these this evening. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're here if you have any more questions.
Yes, that'd be great. Thank you. Okay, we'll begin with our students this evening, and then let's see here. Just to remind you, you'll have 3 minutes to speak, and a buzzer will sound when you have 30 seconds remaining. Our first speaker tonight is Anthony Rodriguez.
Good evening, members of the board and community members. My name is Anthony Rodriguez, as you've already said, and I am a student in the Chico Unified School District. I'm here tonight because this decision directly affects me and students like me. Let me be clear. I care about student safety and school safety. We all do. Every student deserves to feel safe in their classroom. But safety should never come at the cost of privacy, trust, and/or transparency. The proposed AI-enabled camera system would not simply record video. I have learned tonight that we can have that turned off. It would actively analyze students throughout the school day. As minors, we do not have the ability to not be at school because we have to go to school. And I think this raises some important questions. I want to know how this technology would be used day to day, who would oversee it, and I've already learned about the safeguards that are in place to prevent misuse. I also wanted to talk about facial recognition technology because it is not perfect. False matches do happen. In a school setting, even one error could ruin the reputation of a student, either among colleges or other academic areas or their peers as in other students. I also had some concerns about Verkada themselves. As they mentioned, they have faced public controversy in the past, including reports of internal employee access to customer camera feeds and a significant security breach. I think school should be a place built on trust. Constant monitoring changes that environment. It sends the message that students are being watched first and trusted second. We are not problems to be managed. We are not threats to be monitored. We are students. I wanted to say that if the district is considering implementing this system, then it should be prepared to clearly explain why this level of surveillance is necessary and how students will be protected. Safety should strengthen trust, not weaken it. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to invite Rosa Lee up this evening.
Hi, my name is Rosalie, and I'm a student at Chico High. I'm a student that takes AP classes. I'm a student that's done volunteer work, and I'm a student who's in Dubuque College Connections program. I always try and stay active in my education, not because others expect it of me, but because I love my school. My school is a very supportive environment. It's a second home to me. And as a student who clearly does a lot of work and who loves her school, I'll tell you this now, I'm not looking forward to this new surveillance system. And not only that, I'm not looking forward to the system that tells us you aren't trustworthy. With this security system, you're making it clear you don't trust us. You don't trust us, the youth, the future of America. Constant supervision, with this constant supervision. Instead, you swept it under the rug. And even now, a lot of people in my school who are directly affected by this system still don't know it's going to be a thing. In an article about facial recognition software, Harvard Griffin Science Policy Group says, quote, surveillance is linked to behavioral changes, including self-censorship and avoiding activism for fear of retribution, end quote. And, quote, continual surveillance induces fear and psychological harm, end quote. So not only is this system expensive, an invasion of privacy, and frankly creepy, it's likely to do the opposite of what it's intended. If this system becomes a reality, my school will no longer be a welcoming place. I'm glad I'm in Dubuque College Connections program because it means I'll be able to be somewhere where I'm trusted, somewhere that doesn't foster a big brother culture. Thank you.
Thank you. Annalisa Pedrazani.
Good evening. My name is Annalisa Pedrinazzi, and I'm a junior at Chico High School. And today I would like to discuss the recent multi-million-dollar contract signed inconspicuously for new AI technology at all of our schools. I'm confused as to why our school administrators have signed away millions of dollars without any public discussion. Our input has not been asked, nor our consent. The public has not even so much as received an explanation for this decision. In class, we theorized that this decision was made with the question of safety in mind, our safety, student safety, and yet this decision has been made without consulting the group that supposedly needs protection. And it has left us feeling controlled and watched as apparently our principal can access our surveillance on his phone 24/7. I also did a quick search into the company you are using for this technology, Verkada, and I cannot emphasize enough the surprise I felt upon the discovery that in September of 2024, Verkada was sued by both the Department of Justice and the Federal Trade Commissions for failure to enact proper security measures that led to sensitive footage from both hospitals and schools being leaked. I was also confused about the legality of this project because you see, according to the California Department of Justice, neither businesses nor schools can gather, use, or sell the biometric information for children under 16. And according to the 2016 Student Online Personal Information Protection Act, K through 12 EdTech operators cannot use our biometric information to create profiles without explicit parental or student consent. Neither I nor my parents consented to this action, nor have the majority of the families in this district. This begs the question, how could this project possibly move forward given this law? And there's one final concern I feel the need to express. According to the Electronic Frontier Foundation, in order to biometrically identify you, a company will take your image and extract an exact face print that is saved for later identification. This means that the faces of thousands of children, some as young as 4 years old, will be in the hands of Verkada, the same company known for security breaches. And now I greatly appreciate this district's vow to stand with immigrant families. However, we have received no such promise from Verkada. The data of thousands of children, parents, and teachers risks being sold or breached or accessed by ICE, who do not require consent for taking biometric information and have been using AI surveillance to identify and detain both illegal and legal immigrants, such as my father, my sister, and I. I will graduate in a little over a year, and this is the world I will be welcomed into, where I see innocent people on the news be detained, kidnapped, assaulted, and shot in our streets. I'm 16 years old. I should not be up here asking my school board to reconsider a contract that could lead to our own students facing the brutalities that thousands already are. And yet, here I am. So please reconsider this contract. Thank you.
Okay, Noel Solly.
Hello, my name is Noel Solly, and I'm a sophomore at Chico High School. People seem to believe that letting this company install AI cameras is harmless, but it isn't. It can seriously affect students, hurting them more than helping them. AI cameras are often incorrect and have gender and racial bias. AI security cameras can get people confused, especially it often mixes up people of color and women. According to ACU in Minnesota, we shouldn't get students in serious, potentially life altering trouble because of the failure of this technology. It is not advanced enough to be installed. We, as students, are able to opt out the yearbook and social media, but we can't opt out of these cameras. If I decide to work a job that has AI surveillance, I can just decide not to go. Um, I do not have a choice about not going to school. I have to. It's getting to the point where this is about safety and it's also about control. It takes away from our rights as students, and I'm not against security cameras, but I am against adding AI that will store my data. The company is able to look at this without my consent, and this is not okay. Security cameras are supposed to keep us safe. Both AI, they're able to hurt students and teachers alike. Would you rather listen to the people who financially benefit from Vertica cameras, or who it really affects, the students? Thank you.
Okay, Alicia Trider.
Hello again. Good evening. Again, my name is Alicia Trider. I'm a local parent and educator. I do not support this $2 million contract because we send our children to school to learn, not to be surveilled. Chico Unified Schools can upgrade their security systems without outsourcing services to cloud providers like Verkada, a company with a history of lawsuits and data breaches. For example, in 2024, Verkada settled a $2.95 million lawsuit brought against them by the Federal Trade Commission regarding severe security lapses that allowed hackers to access customer surveillance. The settlement requires a 10 to 20-year security program overhaul, which means that you bought a product which has been deemed insecure by the US government and will continue to be compromised for the next 2 decades as they do this program overhaul. Riverside and Verkada Technologies save collected data in the cloud, which is an online network of remote servers that store, manage, and process data. This goes directly against the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, which requires operators of online services knowingly collecting personal information from children under the age of 13 to A, notify parents of their information practices, B, obtain verifiable parental consent of that collection, C, let parents prevent future collection of their child's personal information, D, provide parents access to their child's personal information, E, not require a child to provide more personal information than is reasonably necessary to participate in an activity, and F, maintain reasonable procedures to protect the confidentiality, security, and integrity of the personal information, which, as history has shown us, Verkada cannot do. To comply with this Privacy Act, how are you obtaining verifiable parental consent? How are you going to provide parental access to the collected data? How are you going to maintain security of our children's data with a company like Verkada who cannot guarantee data security? Basically, how are you going to follow the law with this new surveillance system? When and how will you be updating all employee contracts to gain their permission to be surveilled at work? Have you negotiated this change with the teachers union? I want to conclude by highlighting that precedent has been set by other states, municipalities, and countries when it comes to the use of AI facial recognition surveillance software in schools and public spaces. This type of software is already banned in New York State, San Francisco, Portland, Oregon, several Massachusetts cities, including Boston, and the entire country of Sweden. And I want Chico Unified to do the same. Ban the use of AI facial recognition software so we don't have to continue this conversation every time the security cameras need a refresh or every time we get a new school board. And please save taxpayer dollars by continuing to use on-premises network video recorders for your security purposes. Thank you.
Okay, Kendall Smith.
Good evening. My name is Abby Ott. I'm speaking on behalf of my friend Kendall Smith. She and I are both teachers at Chico High School. Good evening. Many of us spoke at a previous board meeting and outlined our concerns with the system in great detail. Rather than rehashing the details of all those points, I simply want to reiterate that the choice to spend these facilities funds in this way sends a message to our students about where the district's priorities lie. On the Chico High campus specifically, I see my students' lives impacted daily and tangibly by a multitude of, frankly, crumbling facilities that are in need of repair. And when students see millions of dollars going towards surveillance instead of the broken bathroom that I can see from my classroom, they don't hear "we care about you." They hear "we're watching you." Like we heard tonight, a principal can watch them on their phone now. Your principal is becoming, oh, sorry, this is a step towards making our schools less personal. Your principal is now a person who watches you from behind a screen instead of a person who looks you in the eye and knows your name. We've been repeatedly assured tonight that we own our data is secure, our data is encrypted, et cetera, but ultimately it's stored in the cloud. We all know the internet is forever. Hacks happen all the time, they have happened. And like stated, Verkada specifically has already experienced a catastrophic hack. Forgive me if I cannot take the word of a tech company whose frankly objective is to make money when it comes to protecting our children's faces. We've been told also that this facial recognition feature attached is an add-on that can be turned off. But if we don't intend to use the facial recognition, then we shouldn't be contracting with a vendor whose business model centers on this. We also would be losing many, if not most, of the positive qualities that people have mentioned are the reason why we want this system. Choosing this system is not inevitable. There are alternative choices, and I'm hoping we can make a more informed decision together. When a decision introduces this level of privacy, legal, and ethical concerns without engaging stakeholders, the responsible action is not to defend it and double down. The responsible action would be to take ownership and pause and correct it. If correcting this decision is beyond our grasp, we need to do everything we can to make this as close to right as possible. Safety decisions of this magnitude cannot rely on informal assurances that features will stay off, that hacks won't happen. That's not governance. Governance requires written safeguards embedded in policy. Right now, we do not have those safeguards in place. All we have is someone's word. This is a structural flaw. We're not assuming bad intentions on anyone's part. This is about accountability. When mistakes are made, a strong institution acknowledges the mistake and course corrects. Thank you.
Okay, Jake Texara.
First, I'd like to say, as a teacher at Chico High, how proud I am of my various students who spoke, because that was amazing. I feel like I can just walk away, but I do digress. My name is Jake Texara. I am both a teacher and a parent in Chico Unified School District. I'm speaking tonight because I have concerns about the district's contract with Verkada, not only about privacy law compliance, but also transparency, ethics, and priorities. First, this is nearly $2 million investment in AI surveillance and infrastructure. As teachers and parents, all of us learned about this after the fact. Decision of the scale affects every child on every campus. This deserves public discussion before approval, not after. Second, data protections. I have a whole list, but instead I would like to speak to this. What we were told was that some mistakes were made in the past and that the company learned from it. And that's wonderful. My children and my students are not a lesson to be learned. They are to be protected. This is not something for them to figure out how to fix later and make more money. These are my children and these are my students. And that is not something that I feel comfortable with. We know what the ed code is. It's 49073.1. It's been gone over by students, again, very impressively. Students' images, movement patterns, or behaviors, data are captured, stored on cloud-based AI system. That data must be tightly controlled. We already said that it's owned by the district, but we know that it's now protected not just by Verkada, but also AWS. That's great that Amazon has this. And what insurance do we have that Amazon is going to protect that? And to say loosely that, yeah, you know, there's protections, they meet this grade of protection from some other company that said that they were good, that's not assurance. Those are gentle words that really had no depth to them. There is obviously a concern for misuse. AI camera systems don't just record, they analyze, they sort, they categorize, and they flag. We are turning our students and our children into data points and not into human beings. It is our goal. Our students are not products. Our students are not data streams. Our students are young human beings that we're entrusted with to take care of and to help grow and to help learn. And I think that this could be something that we could rethink And I think that we could move in a different direction and we could stay in-house and we could protect our students in a much different way. So thank you.
Okay, Jacob. No last name, just Jacob. Anthony Gonzalez.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, audience, for being here. Hello, board members. I've heard all the reasons why you thought this was a good idea. And I'm sure at the time you were just thinking you were saving money and updating a system that was old and difficult to work with. I understand that, but what you've actually done is invited the global surveillance state into Chico. I'm not saying that Verkada is necessarily some type of bad actor, but they are going to enable a certain set of conditions down the line. I find it ironic, number one, that this technology was rolled out with our ATC, our Adult Transition Center. So our disabled population are the guinea pigs for this new technology. That's great. But that aside, the funds have to be used anyways, it was said. So we need to choose a different option, one that does not open up the door to our students and our staff being targeted in all the ways that we're seeing in Minnesota and other places. We need to change course. We need to stop penny pinching and think about the real issues at hand, which is the greater state of our nation and our community. Great change is coming and things are getting crazier and crazier by the day. And we need to ensure that all of our systems are closed. We do not give anybody access. And I know they said there's only one key and it's Chico employees that have that key, but all it takes is one bad actor, one person who is too comfortable giving away our information, or one person who decides that what law enforcement wants is more important than the safety and lives of our students and staff, and our entire system is compromised from then on. All it takes is one moment and one person, and then it's over. They have access and they have the information. So we need to prevent that from happening, and we need to move away from that possibility. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our list of those who have submitted speaker cards. Would you like to speak? Yes.
I'm tall, so I'm gonna have to bend down. First of all, I want to echo what was already said and give a shout out to the students. Yeah. Yeah. This is hard. So, and also shout out to all the educators in the room. You're doing something right. You're doing something right. I'm Alan Burwell. I work at Butte College. I'm a research analyst, so I am a colleague of sorts in the education environment. And I am a parent. I have a fifth grade student in Chico Unified School District. Love it. You guys are awesome. And I wanted to echo some of the points here that as a parent, and I don't want AI anywhere near my student, period. Okay, I can be done. However, I'm the classified Senate president, so I kind of understand the importance of kind of balancing a lot of different things and hearing different perspectives. So I wanted to bring some things that I might be considering if I was in your shoes. So I was reviewing California Ed Code 49060-49079. And this is the code that articulates protections against student or with student records. It's also closely aligned with FERPA. This is the federal regulation. If AI is being used to is being leveraged to identify students and is being maintained, then such footage likely becomes student records and would be protected under these regulations. And additionally, things like behavior analysis, meta profiles, threat assessments, these would also become student records. And its maintenance and use by any third party would clearly be in conflict with these regulations. We also have the California Constitutional Privacy Right Act, Article 1, Section 1, which directs surveillance to be reasonable, narrowly tailored, and require a justifiable safety reason. AI use and such facial recognition, behavior profiling, etc., I think, as evidenced by this packed house, might be suggested to be overboard surveillance. We heard about the Student Online Personal Protection Act, which prohibits using student data for targeting advertising, commercial profiles, things like that. I know we've heard that that's not what's being done, but we have to think about here the training of these AI models. We're going to want to have that information, and that if we're going to be using that, we want that feedback loop. That's going to be a real big problem here when we're talking about our student data and how that's being used and how that's being managed. More locally, you have Board Policy 5022, and I want to read something specifically out of here that states that the superintendent or designee shall consult with parents and guardians regarding the development and regulation pertaining to other uses of personal information, which shall at a minimum address the following: arrangements for protecting student privacy when collecting, disclosing, or using students' individually identifiable information for any purpose. And there are additional ones, 3515, 5125 are your BPs that I would recommend that you look at as possible conflicts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we can have two more speakers this evening. So,
For the record, I filled out a speaker card.
okay, you filled out one?
Yes. So,
You don't have
so I'm gonna take that opportunity since I filled it out. And
that would be
all
fine.
right, so the purpose of the Brown Act is to ensure that the public can observe, understand, and participate in the decision-making of local government. The Riverside Verkada contract was a controversial item put on the consent agenda with a vague description that goes against the spirit of the Brown Act. To find this on the December 17th agenda, you had to click on consent calendar, sort through 18 items, then click on consideration of approval of contracts. Then you had to scroll down to bullet point number 4, which states camera and surveillance system refresh with Verkada technology. The word refresh strongly implies a minor change. The online definition of refresh is a minor update to an existing product. The description on the December 17th agenda did not state that it was district-wide implementation. It did not mention the cost, unless you clicked on the word Riverside to find a surprisingly incomplete contract. It did not mention it was AI enabled. It did not mention potential privacy and civil right issues. This vagueness not only made this issue opaque to the public, it slipped by many board members. Several board members have mentioned that they did not know what they were voting upon. With a raise of hands, how many of you completely understood what you were voting on when you passed that, when you voted on that consent agenda? For the record, no hands were raised. This very well could have been an honest mistake, but if an item was voted upon and the board members were unaware of what they voted upon, that affects the validity of the vote, and it affects the trust the public has in this institution. It seems to me that the proper thing to do to rebuild the trust with the public would to do what's called a cure and correct, which is how you cure and correct mistakes with the Brown Act. The 12-17 decision should be cured and corrected by re-agendizing this contract under the discussion action agenda on a future agenda. And during the interim, we are requesting that the board create an emerging technology committee to review all AI technologies used by the district, which is made, this committee should be made up of parents, students, teachers, administrators, and at least one board member. And I have to say, this puts Chico Unified it makes you very exposed to litigation. It exposes, I am also surprised Verkada would take funds, public funds, from something that was voted upon without the knowledge of the board members. I don't think that would be right either. We need a redo. We need to do a cure and correct, put this on a future agenda, have the public participation, and have a conversation about how we want to move forward with security at our schools. Thank you.
My name is Elisa. My daughter is one of the students who spoke, and most of you will remember me from the last meeting I spoke. So I'm not going to go over all of the things that I talked about last time. I just have a couple of things to add. Verkada has a great sales pitch. They know how to say the words that need to be said to make people feel comfortable. I'm wondering if that's the same sales pitch that they gave to all of the communities and all of their customers who had their systems hacked and their information taken. They've assured us it's not able to be hacked, but they have been. They gave a list of safeguards. Sounds great. Those safeguards are there because the Department of Justice and the FTC went after them, not because they put those into effect on their own. Facial recognition has verified and documented racial bias. Women are more likely to have false identification. People of African descent, people of Asian descent. It might not affect your children, but it will affect mine. I want to add one more thing. I love the Chico school system. You guys do a great job. The teachers are amazing. They teach things like 1984. They tell our kids about Big Brother. They tell our kids it's wrong, but they don't practice it. You're not practicing that. Practice what you preach and protect our kids. Thank you.
So normally we limit public discussion to 30 minutes, which is 10 speakers at 3 minutes each. The board can always choose to offer more time if you'd like to do so. That requires a vote to amend our procedures. There's a question about whether we need to vote to suspend the rules to allow more speakers than we normally do. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Sir. I don't know if I counted it.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for staying late. Really appreciate y'all. And really impressed to see everybody come out. It's been pretty awesome. Just a couple of thoughts. I mean, everybody's pretty much covered everything, but listening to everybody, I couldn't help but think about a couple of things in response to the statements. Um, and there's a lot of interesting stuff about all of these added safety, abilities that we have. And it strikes me that a lot of this stuff, the slip and falls and the fighting and all of that stuff, that seems to be inherently generated upon AI and predictive software. So if we get this and we remove, we untoggle the option, does that not, eliminate a lot of the effectiveness of some of these bells and whistles? And to the second point on that, it says it's encrypted end to end, and that sounds really great. But the massive data breach wasn't, a hack from the ether. It was an administrative password and username that was obtained. You know, that's human error. And the more times you allow for human error in a system, the more opportunities that there are for bad actors to take advantage of that. No matter how, you know, careful you can be, this is still adding a lot of liability and a lot of, problems to the scenario. And then, you know, no one's mentioned what, you know, they talked about, it came down to this system and then another system. And no one's in this 1.9 million, we're gonna save a lot of money and that's great. But nobody said what the second runner up is. I mean, could we get a system that's basically just as good without, you know, all of this potential for nefarious actions for 2.5 million? Because that seems like that's a pretty good deal. And the fact that we don't hear more about these other options, and instead, you know, we've got these two AI ghouls from Silicon Valley out here, you know, pushing their stuff, you know, strikes me as not enough information to make a decision as serious about this. So thank you very much for your time. Really appreciate it.
Hi, I've been here before, early over there. If you don't know me, my name is Tanner Johns. I am a teacher for Chico Unified School District and a parent of 2 kids at Rosedale Elementary School in 4th grade and 1st grade. I want to echo what others have already said. It is hard to restate in better ways what has been said before. But I cannot say clearly enough that AI facial recognition software has no business on our campuses whatsoever. They sell us a cloud service to store our data, and I don't care how robust the system is and the security measures in place, which we have already called into question, those systems can be hacked. I promise you. A system that keeps our information on a closed system, intranet, should be explored. Systems that are closed to a campus are much more difficult. They're not traveling between servers into the cloud and other things. We need to explore options like this. I have firsthand, as a teacher, seen Mr. McKay effectively use our current camera systems to find and identify students. Does it maybe take a little more legwork than an AI system would do? Yes. Has it been effective? I think so. I also want to call into the question the use of or the cost. Somebody else mentioned it earlier. Our facilities funds are being used for these, but our facilities are crumbling. You hear that? Have you been on my site? Because for years I have had painter's tape X's on the floor for when it rains. I'm a band teacher with thousands of dollars of instruments in my classroom, and I'm tired of putting buckets on the floor. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of my kids going to Rosedale and holding their bathroom break to get home because the toilets are always leaking and unavailable. There are 4 toilets for the girls to use on that campus, and 2 of them half the time don't work. I'm tired of it. We can do better. I want better for my kids. I want classrooms that are designed to reflect the future that I want the education that I want my kids to have, to be prepared for the future. And we don't have it. Surveillance systems, cameras can be a useful tool in identifying students. But when you add in AI facial recognition software in any part, and I'm sorry, he says, well, it does data points, but it doesn't mark a person. What are we talking about? If you're marking data points, it's inevitably connecting to something, to a person. Data points are being made out of our kids, and our facilities are crumbling, and we need to do better. Me? Oh, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Caitlin Sheridan. I previously spoke here. Yeah, no, not about this. Sorry. I'm really glad I stayed for this though, and thank you for letting more of us speak. Okay, there we go. At first, they did have me on this because I do pose a unique issue to the schooling system in the fact that I do have a health issue where I pass out multiple times every day. And that has become a part of my regular routine. And if you had asked me if this would be great probably 2 years ago at my at my old school, I would have said yes, because at that school, I was left unattended on the concrete floor outside for 10 minutes. This was before we had any idea what was going on with me. And if it had been something else than what I do have, then I possibly could have died or something could have seriously gone wrong. And these cameras would have helped that in theory. But at my new school, I have found that the AI system, we preach to our students every single day against the use of AI and to, not use it. But then how are we going to do that when we're turning around and using it on our students? And while I have those health issues, I have found great support at my PV high school without these recognition for falls or fights. They've all been dealt with. And I really truly feel that the idea in theory is good, but this has not had enough research or surveillance, and it is absolutely not secure enough to be placing it in schools where students are vulnerable and we already feel unsafe in many ways. Think of all of the things going on in America right now. We already feel safe. We do not need a robot looming over our shoulder 24/7. So while it could be a good thing, and I think research on this is very important, I do not think we're ready for it. And I highly urge you to not let this into our schools because it's downright creepy. So that's all.
Okay, one more time, I'm going to talk about children with disabilities, as always. So a few things. So my daughter is on the autism spectrum. She is in your ESN class. In no way can she consent to this. She doesn't even have the capability to understand what's happening to her or how this is going to affect her. And it's not just her, it's children with disabilities throughout. We also know that children with disabilities are disproportionately suspended. And so when you talk about them being able to see the fighting, them being able to see, they're not just going to see fighting, they're going to see my child's meltdown. They're going to see other children with disabilities in their worst possible moments, and those children will be targeted. They're already targeted by staff, by the over suspension, by the constant monitoring. And now every time that they move, every time they do something, you know when my child's on campus. She doesn't move, she doesn't interact like other students. That AI is going to target her because she's different. Every single student that is different is going to be targeted by this AI because it's programmed to see what's supposed to be. And she is not what's supposed to be. And so how are you going to keep my child safe? How are you going to keep children with disabilities from being disproportionately targeted by this AI and by this camera system? We also know that our federal government is compiling lists of autistic people. The Health and Human Services are going into medical records. They're going into schools. How do I know that this company is going to keep my child safe from a government who is overstepping and wanting to put my child and children like her on lists? This is not conspiracy theory. This is happening in our government right now. And I do not trust Chico Unified. I do not trust this company to keep my child safe. And I think that we really need to see how this AI not only monitors typical students, but how does it monitor students who are different with disabilities?
All right. I just want to say thank you to all the speakers this evening for coming out and speaking. At this time, we will have an opportunity to discuss anything we want to as a board, but I'd like to ask if there is a board member that has a motion at this time, correct?
Well, I don't have a motion at this time. But I do have some more questions. Or do we have to, do we have to, like, I'm not sure what's going on right now as far as, so Tom,
Yeah, do you want to ask more questions?
well, I was just gonna
Yeah.
say that Tom agendized this and I'm not sure exactly, um, yeah.
Not up to me. If you got questions, ask them by all means.
So I wanted to know, is biometric identification, would biometric information be collected by the system?
So, I'd like to maybe, Darren, can you maybe address that? I think he knows the system more than myself. And anything that would be collected would be stay inside Chico Unified, just to clarify that. Once again, with AES 256 encryption, which takes, I looked it up, it's like trillions of years to break that encryption. That encryption is so strong that it cannot be cracked by modern computers for many years. So
So to answer your question today, biometric is like a fingerprint or the actual piece of the face. This is not something that we're tracking. What we're tracking is attributes. So think of a color of a top or something of the top of a shirt, or also measurements of a face. So biometrics, no, but it's measurements and attributes of an individual person.
Um, so that another, and another question was, it is regarding the information staying in-house. So John, would you address that again, please?
Bet. So even though the cameras have data on them and they go to Amazon Web Services, what is in Amazon Web Services is encrypted. And so
I'd like to interrupt and pardon me, but please be respectful. We were respectful. We listened to you. We heard you, and we have questions.
And we're clarifying the things that I'm, the purpose of my questions are to actually, I mean, I wrote down things that I feel like perhaps the public wants more clarification on. And then I think it's respectful for, if I ask the question, for at least for somebody to be able to answer that question. You don't have to like the answer, but I think we need to hear I would appreciate hearing the answer.
So the data is in AWS, Amazon Web Services, but it's encrypted. And so if anyone was to break into that data store in AWS, they're just going to have a bucket of encrypted garbage that they can't extract or see. They need the key that only Chico Unified holds to be able to unlock that data and see that data. So, and that is the key to this, is that not only does Verkada not hold the key, I mean, normally in the old days, they would hold the key, and so they got hacked and people could see the data. They've made changes since then. We hold the key now, and nobody can get in, not even them. Nobody can get into that data, only Chico Unified, because that key belongs to us. And we'll print off a copy and put it in the safe so that we don't lose it, and we hold the key.
So another point that was made is that it really, you know, it could come down to one person or one moment, where, somebody could make a decision. So again, I'd like to know, so Chico Unified holds the key
Yes.
to encryption. And I think Tom asked, so who's going to have access to the key? And you answered that, but it sounds like, could you restate that, please?
Yes. So the encryption key itself is applied to the system, and then we hide that away. So nobody has access to the key. Nobody can see the key. It's been applied to the system. Again, like AWS and our systems can talk because they both have the key, but nobody else does. And that's put away where no one has access to it. So no staff member is going to take it. Oh, I got the key. It's hidden, it's put away in a safe where nobody can get to it. So the data is secure through that. And once again, when it comes to our staff accessing footage, they would need to then not only log in with the username and password, but utilize Duo to get into it to prove who they are. So that way, not just anybody can log in. And we limit who has access to this system to just those folks who need access, like our principals and vice principals.
Thank you.
Welcome.
And one piece I can also add in as well is with the features that are enabled in Verkada system, by default, these are all off, and so nothing is stored on AWS. Until you enable these features, there are certain features that we would need to process something to work, but by default, if you choose to do so, it would all be housed locally on the camera. Nothing would be shared with AWS, and even if you choose to do so, you can actually offload that video if you want to store it locally. You could push that locally to your server. Now, of course, the huge value add is we could save those storage costs. But if you choose to do so, you can save your footage locally on your own servers, protect it in-house if you choose to do that. But once again, the idea with Verkada is to take that lift off you. And the protection of data is a challenge today. I've worked with numerous schools that have been compromised and their data has been taken over. So with the extra security on AWS, that's typically where we see IT and networking teams leverage us. But once again, to call that out, if you choose to do that, you can keep the stuff in-house and not store in AWS.
Is that a decision that can be made at any time, or does it need to be made?
It can
up?
be made at any time.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Um, just another follow-up question. So again, there was a question about are all the bells and whistles reliant upon reliant upon one another, basically. So if we didn't have facial recognition, how does that impact the ability for, let's say, administrators to be able to search information, the ability for like slips and falls and medical emergencies? Um, Again, if I've heard you say that none of by default, the features are turned off and we actually have to activate them to turn them on. And so I'm just wanting to know if we wanted to know, uh, be able to have the safety features of, slips and falls, or be able to search quickly for um, fights or for whatever, but we did not want to have facial recognition. Tell me more about that.
So that is correct. So, and I'll take this one. Yes, when you turn off facial recognition, it only turns off the ability to identify a face. So if someone has a slip and fall, you can still do that. If someone has a red jacket with a blue backpack, and that's who shouldn't be on the campus, you can easily use that as well. Then you can still use that as a way to find something. So they are separate, correct?
That's exactly it.
So,
Yep.
so tell me, when you say if somebody had a red jacket and a blue backpack, we could search for that. So tell me about that. What do you mean by that, John?
So for instance, let's say that, so it has the clothing recognition as well. So if someone comes on campus who shouldn't be there, and hey, I saw, say, go to the principals, I say a student goes and says, someone came on campus, they have a red jacket and a blue backpack, and I saw them walking down this way towards the B wing. They can go in and actually put that in, a blue jacket, red backpack, and bring up all the people in the campus that have blue jackets and red backpacks and quickly find them and remediate that situation very quickly. So if it is a problem, you can actually then know right away, and you're not, fumbling through different cameras like you are today in our current milestone system, trying to find someone, it's very quick and that makes a huge difference.
Thank you.
So, forgive me. Even if we opt not to use any of the AI facial recognition features, is that data ever used to train any of your guys' models that you use for other
It is
services?
not.
They don't have access to the data at all.
Okay.
Madam President, I don't have a question necessarily, but I do have something to say about statements have been made about identifying a student by what they look like, what they're wearing. That's what we do now, but we do it in a very slow and inefficient way. But that's what we do. We have a principal or an assistant principal or a teacher come in and you know, as long as it takes, and it is lengthy, that's what we do. We look at, okay, does that student look like John Doe? Or does that student look more like Mary Jane? Because that's how we function, by identifying students. And that's how we act to keep things safe. That's how we act to intercede with discipline and finding things. So yes, it would be enhanced by the rapid identification that this new software provides, but it isn't changing our function. It's just changing the efficiency of our function, my opinion.
If I may. The problem that I think a lot of people have is that the way we do it now, it is a person making those connections. And the concern is that if we see someone who we're interested in because maybe they shouldn't be on campus, there's a piece of software saying this matches someone else, and there's a higher likelihood of the software being wrong about who they're looking at the second time. And that we want the assurance that it's a person actually making that decision, that the two people are in fact the same person.
I think you got that.
It's just, and I think that's an excellent call. I think, when security, time is of most importance, right? So when relying on a human piece, there could be an element of time where someone can get off campus, an incident happens. Leveraging the AI can definitely improve those processes. Now, granted, of course, there could be maybe something that's misidentified, but I'd rather have more information to make an informed decision and act quickly and protect the faculty, the students quickly, rather than waiting a day or so to come back when the incident has happened. So, just to kind of touch on that a little bit as well.
I would just say too, the biometric aspect is very different than actually identifying on a face. It's similar to why I can't hold up a picture of someone and unlock your phone, because that's not just looking at a camera, it's actually sending sensors to your face. That's a 3D image of it. Very different in terms of biometrics. So just want to call that out too, because again, we're not doing facial recognition that's going to identify any person. It is looking at attributes from a person. Very different. Yeah. That's it. I just wanted to address that because people have thought that was a possibility to unlock stuff with a picture walking through not just our technology, in general technology. Just wanted to.
I also wanted to address another issue. Would this be considered a change in working environment at all from the standpoint of our CSEA or CUTA members? And I'm seeing John shake his head no. Do you want to speak to that? Like why do you feel that it's not a change in working environment?
So as has been mentioned, this is a tool, and there are many board policy and AR and negotiable items that preclude us from using tools in specific manners. So we would ensure that whatever is agreed to would fall within those parameters. And that would be, and I have our union reps over there on the other side, Kelly Searle and Charlie Snyder, and we would ensure that whatever's agreed to would fall within those parameters.
Thank you.
Actually, I would like to actually check in with our union reps. Do you guys agree with that assessment, that it's not a change in work condition, or what do you think these kind of things would be negotiable?
I would have to wait to see what board action is taken tonight and what features are used or not utilized. And I speak for 800 people, so our internal process right now, we're working. We're going to our rep council tomorrow to talk about this entire process, which has unfolded pretty quickly, and to report back on board response and action to get guidance for our e-board and to look at further actions and whether or not we feel we need to negotiate new language or look at current language.
And I will concur with what Charlie says. We're in the same boat.
Thank you.
I'm curious, so the cameras don't have just the video feature, but also audio. Is that, or am I mistaken?
They have the capability to do audio, but that would be turned off. And once again, just as the facial recognition would be turned off if you so wish and put into a place where nobody can turn on without your permission, the same thing with the audio that would be locked down.
Thank you. I am curious if the equipment is programmed innately to look for like differences. And what I mean by that, just speaking to the issue of, um, you know, I worked for years with persons with developmental disabilities, and I believe that we definitely, and of course we have uh, ESN students. I think it's a fair question to say, what is the software designed to pick out those differences, and in what way? If so.
I can address this first. So from an attribute standpoint, what our cameras do is they look at a frame, and what they're doing is looking at first colors. They use colors of clothing. It's the attributes of clothing that individuals are wearing, or a backpack or something of that sort. So that's the first piece that we use for identification, what we call attributes. Now, from the second standpoint, of course, we've been talking about the facial piece quite a bit. Once again, it's not based on color of skin or anything of those sorts. It's all based on measurements. We take a hyper zoom of an individual, we zoom in, and what our chips are doing is measuring the outline of a person's face and depth of their face. There's no inherent, like, I guess, discrimination or something of that sort built into it. It's all based on measurements to keep it so-called an even playing field. That's the way our analytics works on the Verkada cameras.
Thank you.
Can I get a little clarification on that last piece? So hyper zoom, take
Mhm.
measurements, and then to track or attempt to track that person, you just look at the exact same measurements somewhere else. You're not comparing it to like an AI model or a database or anything.
That's exactly it. We're not going to some outside source or anything like that. It's all built in with your system. So your system is learning within Chico, just Chico's own data is learning. We measure the depths, and yes, Tom, we see that same attributes on someone else in our system. We see that as the same person.
Your use of learning concerns me a little bit, because does that mean there is, in fact, well, please, thank you, a static or not a static, a dynamic model that persists that we continually compare people to?
So what it's really doing is your own system. It learns about your own individuals. So basically, I've seen John's attributes on his face. I've seen it again. I've seen it again. Now we can kind of say, hey, that's similar attributes of John. That's what our system does.
Can you turn? Sorry. Can you turn that?
The facial piece? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Doesn't have to turn on.
Yeah. And typically what I can talk to about that as well, what I've seen with some of the largest school districts I've worked with is absolutely can be, it's off by default. You could toggle on. Typically it's done on strategic cameras. Typically we're a lot of outside or someone else. You could turn on a particular camera if you choose to do so. So there's a lot of settings to craft it to fit the mold and the needs of Chico. But absolutely, off by default, completely turned off. And one of the questions was, would those other features work without it? Absolutely. Slip and fall, fence climbing, fighting. Those are all tools within the system to help protect students and staff.
Follow up.
Mhm.
Um, so we can turn off or not turn on that kind of, is it biometric measurements?
We call facial attributes.
Facial attributes. Thank you. Um, So if we were going to compare facial attributes, it would be a person, one of our administrators, a principal, someone looking at the raw video and saying, I know who that is.
Think, kind of walk me through that.
Well, that's what we do. You know, having worked in a school, that's how we worked with following up on things. It may be the next day, which is the problem, but that's what we do. We look at it and go, ah, yeah,
So the administrator would they can look at it and they can see a face that they think is the person or that they think is misbehaving. And the system will help them compare that face to other ones. So essentially it's that same process, just sped up through our technology.
And again, ours is not going to be perfect because it's not biometric. It is taking an image from a camera. So it's not, again, like you're going through TSA where they're identifying you in 3D. Very different.
Did I hear correctly that
It's not on by default. Everything is off by default. You have to turn everything on. And we do not have biometric on cameras. That is not something that we do. We just launched something on doors for that, for access control on doors, which is very different and not something that Chico has bought. That is something that we launched just a couple weeks ago for different type of customers, but on cameras, it is not doing biometric. Very different.
Is there a breakdown? You mentioned that you are currently serving 600 school districts in California.
That's correct.
Is there a breakdown on what services those 600 school districts, are most of them not using AI?
A lot of them are using a lot of stuff, and I would encourage you to reach out to them directly because some of them make it public, some of them do not. It's based on their community and their policies. And I'll just have everyone reach out. But great question. We're not the first to do this.
So you said you focus on Northern California. Are there other are there other districts or entities in our area that are using Verkada?
Yes.
Can you tell us whom?
Yes, I can.
Would you?
No, not right now.
Okay.
I want to make sure I give the correct statement because again, for privacy of our customers, some do not like to disclose and some do. We
Okay.
have a full customer story reference on our page. I can name 100 off of my head, but I want to respect our customers and their privacy. I hope that comes off okay. But
That's
there
okay.
is a-
Well, so
there is-
I
know there's
I wanted
laughing
to
in the
ask.
room, but there's
That's
sorry.
okay. Thank you. Mr. Blake, you said that Thermalito School District, where you used to be superintendent, is using Verkada. Do you have any feedback from Thermalito, for example?
I can tell you that we don't have anything. I mean, if we asked anybody from Thermalito, well, if we asked the superintendent and the maintenance director of maintenance and operation and transportation, as I have recently, they have no complaints at all about Verkada.
Mountain View Los Altos is a publicly traded or public customer that is willing to talk to anyone. Santa Clara Unified, Palo Alto Unified,
And
Folsom Cordova.
I believe, John, you
Go ahead.
mentioned that BCOE uses is that, am I misremembering?
That is correct, yes. BCOE does. And actually, there's a presentation that BCOE gave showing how well it works. That was our introduction to the software.
Do you know in what capacity? So BCOE has sites literally around the state. Like they have teachers that are down in San Diego. I mean, everywhere. So in what way, I guess, is BCOE using Verkada? Do you know? I'm just curious.
I would just be taking just in talking to them, it's limited. They're migrating away from a Vigilon, which is the other system that we had looked at as well, migrating away from a Vigilon to Verkada. So it's a migration for them. I'm not sure to what extent right now.
Okay. Do you have a general impression? But since they were the ones that were hosting the presentation, what would your general impression be from BCOE?
They were very pleased with the product. And that was really one of the selling points for us, was how well it worked for them, how easy the interface was for their staff to use, to be able to find footage quickly and stop things from happening before they get out of control.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If there's not any further questions, I think I'm ready to actually make a motion. Was there any other questions though? Because I feel like we could still continue to discuss this and maybe come up with okay.
May I?
Yeah.
With the stipulation that there might be additional motions, I would like, that possibly might want to take more than one piece of action on this item, if that's
For
okay.
sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just kind of putting this out there as like a working motion. And so I'm not even sure I have the wording down correctly, but I think from all the information I've heard this evening, what I've gathered that we've purchased this program, Verkada, and I'm gathering that it's something that we can very much customize to what our needs as a district are. I'm definitely hearing that we are not liking the facial recognition piece, and I completely understand that. I like the idea, and I'm not even sure how to make this motion, but we we move forward with our decision that we've already made, and we create a committee that consists of board members, teachers, students, maybe also, since we have a strong student representation here tonight, possibly other community members, to determine what our priorities are as a community and what we want to, how we want to utilize this program. I think that makes the most sense. I didn't even realize that we had the opportunity to go with another, and I'm sorry, I'm not using these terms correctly, but another way to store the data, correct? I mean, that would be on our dime, we would purchase that. So I think that that's even also something that we could further discuss. So I guess my motion is we move forward and develop a committee to help represent what our community wants in this program.
May I offer a friendly amendment?
Mhm.
That committee, if it passes, that committee meets before we deploy any of the Verkada cameras. Thank you.
And another friendly amendment type constraint to what that, because I know there's a schedule for finishing deployment of this, that we asked this group, if we approve establishing a group, to have a recommendation back to senior cabinet within 30 days.
That seems like.
I don't think that's realistic. I don't think that's realistic to be able to get that committee together, met, and have a decision within 30 days. I'm sorry. I mean, I'd love to be able to do that. I don't see how it's possible. We can pause deployment as long as we need to. So I don't think we need to be I don't know that can happen. It's just too fast. Because I'm thinking, I'm looking around the room thinking, okay, how am I going to pull this off, right? I mean, it's who's, getting the right people involved, including some of the people sitting out here. So that's going to be a lot.
We haven't voted on.
You. All right. So
Did we vote on accepting the
No.
friendly amendment?
Well, if it's friendly, we don't need, she just needs to decide if she wants to accept it or we don't need to vote on a friendly amendment. If she accepts an amendment as friendly, then it's just as if she had stated that in her original motion.
So I accept your
Oh,
friendly
okay.
amendment.
I'm sorry. Mr. President? Oh, my gosh. I'm
So
sorry.
can either of you restate the motion so that we can make it clear, or give it a shot and we'll keep hacking at it until it's clear?
Okay, let me see if I can do this here. So I would like, my motion is, we've already purchased the Verkada. We create a committee that consists of teachers, staff, students, board members, and community members to discuss which features we will enable, we will turn on as part of the program. And until we meet, we will not push play on the cameras. Basically, we will not deploy them. Does that sound
Yeah,
about
that sounds,
right?
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that was yours.
I'll second that motion.
Let's do a roll call vote.
Well, hold up.
Oh,
Now
yes.
that we have a motion on
Oh,
the table, we can
we
actually
get
debate.
to discuss it. That's correct.
All right. May I? Just since I'm already talking. Okay, so first of all, there's a lot going on here. I do want to say that I really appreciate both the community and the vendors, and I don't think there are any bad actors here. I think everybody's trying to do what they think is right, and I'd like we all came at it from that point of view. Just got to get each other ground before we can have a debate, right? Because there's so many issues here. We've heard about the culture on our campuses and whether surveillance cameras in general, as they exist or might exist in the future, inspire the kind of culture we want. We've heard about concerns about data security, either via Verkada software, via worries about AWS usage and setup, and concerns about data security from the point of view of human error, bad actors. And these are separate from the AI and facial recognition issue, which is its own thing. And I've heard a lot of much more consensus on that, I think. We also heard about spending choices, which is kind of linked to the culture, about whether this is where we want facilities money to go. And finally, there's an issue regarding how we as a board use the consent calendar. And I know that internally that's already, some people have been having discussions about that. So I think we kind of need to address all those at some point or another, which is just to say that I do want to offer more motions in the future. As for this one, I think that the committee is an important first step, not only specifically around this issue, but because we, I don't know what I was going to say, we did screw up in passing this on the consent calendar, and I think a lot of us were frustrated when we found that. And the accountability piece is important. And again, I do appreciate staff has immediately started working with us to figure out, okay, how are we going to make sure that big ticket items that might be really important to the community don't get passed without proper scrutiny. That's important. All that is to say that part of repairing that trust and making sure that we remain a entity firmly rooted in our community is that this kind of a committee, even though it will be slow, is the most important first step. Long-winded way of saying I think we should do that thing. Yeah.
So I wanted to say that I think this is a great learning opportunity for our senior cabinet. For I I firmly believe that John Vincent had no intention of like sneaking something onto the consent calendar without the board having an idea of what was going on. I believe that that was not the intention. And nevertheless, I also believe that the board didn't have, when you look at the RTI contract and the fact that there's nothing that mentions AI on it. And I want you to also understand that the $1.9 million to regular ordinary people, $1.9 million, that's a lot of money. And I'm not downplaying that. But in a school budget, when you're looking at our budget of what is our what is our yearly budget?
We're about 225 million.
Yeah, so 225 million. We as a board, we do see big ticket items come across for approval. And in facilities, that's not outrageous at all. We are building, there are lots of things going on. And when I told Mr. Blake that I feel like if the public wants to come and with pitchforks, that's what we that's what we get, right? Because it was handled badly. And it wasn't just Mr. Lando. I don't know if other members of the board asked for this to be agendized, but I did as well. And so I think we are here listening to you, and I hope that you feel like we listened and uh, are compassionate and reactive. And I feel like um, the, the district has taken some responsibility, and I truly appreciate Mr. Vincent taking the time to walk us through how did we get here, why was this even an option. I think that is an important piece, that we've had cameras on campuses for years, for longer than even our seniors. they they were on campuses before this group of seniors were in school, right? And so the idea that students are being surveilled, it's true, and they have been for their entire our seniors for their entire career in Chico Unified. And the difference is that our administration wants to do it more effectively for safety concerns. And that being said, I'm hearing that you're saying, yeah, but what's going to happen with that? I have a granddaughter at uh, Rosedale, and I have a grandson at Loma Vista. These are important things, right? I was a teacher. I I was a union president. I would want my teachers in my unit to feel like that their rights were being protected. So anyway, that's my comment.
Are we ready to vote? Okay, let's do a roll call vote. We'll start with Member Hayes.
Hayes, aye.
Olson, I.
Conkin, aye.
Lando, aye.
Robinson, I.
With a vote of 5-0, that passes. All right.
May I offer another amendment on the same, another motion on the same topic?
Yes.
I am very concerned about the potential use and misuse of either biometric data or facial recognition, true facial recognition, and the use of AI models to surveil our students. And I would like to, and I think it's been brought up that there have been many large districts and other entities around that just outright say, no, we don't do that. So I would move that we direct staff to draft a board policy that specifically bans the use of facial recognition and AI models in our security.
I'd second that. I second that. Okay. We have an amendment motion motion by Tom to develop a board policy
It specifically bans the use
specifically
of
bans the use
AI
of AI.
and facial recognition in our surveillance.
And a second by
Did you
President.
just second?
I
Yes.
did.
Yeah.
Darn it. Okay.
You can vote. All right. Shall we do another roll call vote? Okay, we'll start with.
Is there any debate on this one?
Do you want to have discussion?
No, we just gotta check, that's all.
No.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm getting tired
Me
here.
too.
And I
Is
need to
it
go to the bathroom.
At my end again.
We'll start with Vice President Olson.
Oh, I get to go first. Olson, aye.
Kunkin, aye.
Lando, aye.
Robinson, I.
Hayes, aye.
With a vote of 5-0, that passes that motion. How are we doing, guys? Are you needing a?
Can I just throw one more? Actually,
Yes.
I'm really sorry. But as part of the, as part of this committee, what we look at, I would like to, I don't know if this needs to be a motion, but I kind of want it to be, yes. I'd like to direct staff to identify prices and options for bringing our data in-house rather than using AWS.
I second that.
Okay, do you want to discuss that?
Discussion. Yeah, I know we got information on that, but I don't know that we ever got a kind of a firm handle on what that cost would be. I know that they said there would be a cost. Do you want to put anything in there or just that you want the information?
I want the information as we move forward with this committee.
I
It seems
have
like
no-
that's one of the key
Yeah.
pieces they're going to need when they make these decisions.
I
We're
have
going to want to look at both.
no objection to that.
Because we're going to want to educate the whole community on, okay, what does this security actually mean? But also, how much is it going to cost us to do that if that's the route we choose to go?
So you would like, as a part of the committee, to also consider how much it would, or what it would take to have our data stored in-house?
Yes.
Why don't we just make that happen then? I mean, I don't necessarily think it can just be part of the committee's duties, right?
Okay.
I don't think we
Well,
need it. I don't know that it needs to be a separate motion for that.
Right.
No?
I think, well, I'm just clarifying. I think Tom is asking that we find out what that cost is. And I mean, because we do have, I mean, facilities, we do have money that needs to be spent on facilities. And if this money is being taken out of facilities, I think it's important to know if we store it in-house, this is the cost. I mean, I think there is you have to look at the cost risk benefit and see if it makes sense to store it in-house or whether or not that we look at it and say, it doesn't make sense. But I thought Tom's motion was to direct the staff to find out what that cost would be. Is that correct?
Yeah. And yes.
So that's the motion that has been seconded, is for the staff to find out the cost.
So we have a motion.
And report back, of course. I
And
assume that's
report,
implied.
yes, you're right. Yes.
So I'm thinking like programmer now. Can't just make a variable. You got to do something with it. Anyhow.
So a motion to direct staff to find out the cost of using an in-house storage.
Yes.
Okay. And that
For our
second
data.
was by Vice President Olson. Okay. We've been unanimous for the last couple of times. Can we just do a vote all together? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, that passes. Vote to 5-0. Any more motions?
We will at some point come back and look at the consent calendar. I'm not ready to make a motion about formally changing how we do that yet. But I know we've been talking about in-house and I want to do a little more research and a little more thinking before we talk about that. So no, right now I'm done. Anybody else?
Right. Okay, we're moving along. Are we all doing okay?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Thank you all again for coming out. I really appreciate it.
We still have quite a few things on.
Yes, we do.
I
know.
know. All
Okay.
right.
All right. We're moving along.
Thank you.
We're on item number 4, informational. This is the mid-year local or the LCAP update. Ina Keen.
Does this mic work?
Use this.
It does.
So every February, Tim and I generally come back here together to the board to give you the mid-year local control accountability plan update. It is the mid-year update and it has to be approved by boards by February 28th of each school year. So Tim, can you just flick to the next page, please? So a little bit of background, we do have the requirements given to us by the state that each governing board needs to see the snapshot of where we're at with our mid-year LCAP view, basically. You'll see some data in this presentation that you've seen before. Tim's going to go through it in a much more condensed version, but you'll also see the expenditures that go with each of the goals and where we are currently mid-year in those goals. If you have any questions at the end, we're happy to answer them. Tim, go ahead.
There we go. Am I good now?
Just use your big boy voice.
I'll use my teacher voice. I'm gonna share some data with you today. Nothing new. Everything we went over a couple weeks ago in much more detail. We're simply required to report to the board along with the financials by the state. But so I am going to kind of run through that fast. But as always, if you have any questions, want more details, you know where to find me. So starting off with an update on Goal 1, which is academic achievement in Chico Unified. We talked a couple weeks ago about the academic scores that we're very, very proud of. And I want to call attention to our students with disabilities and socioeconomically disadvantaged students there. When we talk about expenditures, this is by far our goal that we spend the most on. You can see we budgeted over $35 million to address our academic needs. The actual expenditures that you see below, roughly half of the budgeted expenditures, are what we have paid out through January 31st. And so for Goal 1, we're right on target for our budgeted expenditures. For Goal 2, this is social emotional well-being and education for our kids. As I mentioned a couple weeks ago, again, we did go up a little bit in chronic absenteeism. You can see the Goal 2 expenditures there, and you can see less money here, for a little over $4 million budgeted, and we're at about 2,350 or 2,350,000 through the end of January. So we are on target to hit our budget marks. Goal 3 is behavioral supports for our students. We measure this with suspension data. And again, we went up a little bit in 0.2 percentage points in suspension rate. Our budget expenditures, you can see right there. I'm having a hard time reading from that far. Almost $4 million, and we're at almost $2 million so far through the end of January. So we are on target with that. Goal 4 is related to schools that have the equity multiplier
that have met equity multiplier requirements. They have each of those sites up there has very, very specific goals that actually hit academic, social, emotional, and behavioral goals. But this is a catch-all for those schools. And you can see there that $828,000 was budgeted, and we are at 370,000. So we're a little bit below where we, so you notice that says in progress and not on target. We are a little bit below budget right now. The primary reason for that is the variety of funding sources that come into our alternative ed campuses, including community schools money, CSI money, Title I. So there's a lot of, and they've been doing wonderful things there. It's just a lot of money to spend.
I will add to that that Andrew Mall, who's the administrator over on that campus, is actively always looking to creatively spend those pots of money down, including this one.
And that is the mid-year update. I provided links to the presentation from a couple weeks ago if anybody wants to review more detailed data as well as the California dashboard. But I'm also available anytime for questions. Yeah, that data will be coming soon.
Does the
Any
board have any questions? Any public comment?
A quick question. Is there any information that the public has regarding the budgeted? I forget if you could go back a couple. Oh, I can go back a couple slides. All right. So you can see here on the slide. I was wondering if there's anything that the budget that shows the budgeted expenditures and the actual expenditures, like where the money is actually being spent.
Sure, there are a couple places. It is in the LCAP from last year, and it's also in the school plan. They typically, every school site does a school plan. That actually will be up for looking into next year's at the May meeting, and then LCAP for the next year, of course, comes in June. So those big ideas of what they had looked at, they're in there for sure. But then there's still a gap of money because, as Tim mentioned, there are all these pots of money. So their site council approves things as they add along the way. Yeah, great question. Thank you.
Was there a particular school you were wanting to look at? Like, could we give you more direction or?
Well,
or
I can
that's-
follow up with my principal at the school that my son goes to. I'm happy to do that. I guess I was just wondering where to start, but obviously I'm here, so I thought I'd ask the
Yeah,
question anyway,
yeah.
but-
Well, we're happy to point you in the right direction. Okay.
Any other public comment? Okay. So this is information only, and so we don't need to take action this evening. Thank you very much. So we're actually for 9B, which is business services. This is regarding the lease back agreement. Uh-oh. You okay? So we're actually just gonna skip this item tonight. We're gathering some more information. So you'll see this again on the March 11th agenda, correct? Okay. 9B1. Yes. So now postponed, yeah, till March 11th. All right, so now discussion action. We are going to be talking about a bid approval, district restroom projects, package B, presented by Maria Campos.
Is it good night or good evening? Okay,
It's
as mentioned tonight, we are requesting approval for bid package B, which includes improvements at Chico Junior High School, Hooker Oak Elementary, and Marsh Junior High School. Restroom improvements. As part of the facilities master plan, $14.3 million has been allocated district-wide to modernize restrooms. These upgrades are focused on providing clean, functional restrooms for all students. Previously, at the January 2025 board meetings, the board approved a list of projects and sites where work would be completed. Facility staff issued a notice to bidders on January 1st, 2026, and received bids on February 10th. 4 bids were received. Lean Construction was the lowest responsive bidder at $841,904, all within our budget. The project will be funded by Measure K, Building Fund 32. We are requesting the board's authorization for the superintendent or designee to execute contract with Lean Construction. Any questions?
Any public comment? Okay, this is discussion action. So would a board member like to make a motion at this time?
Yeah, I'll motion approval of the contract for package B to Lean Construction.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mrs. Hayes and a second by Vice President Olson. Let's just go ahead and do a vote all together. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Aye. Okay. Those opposed? All right, this passes with a vote of 5-0. Thank you. Okay, we're moving along. Also a discussion action item. This is regarding Chico High School roofing repairs presented by Jacqueline Kruger.
Yeah, so I'm bringing forward a request this evening to kind of reprioritize some money. So in our facilities master plan, some building improvements related to Chico High, we're estimating to occur in 2032. But we have a couple areas of campus that have some significant leaky roofs that are impacting our classrooms. And so what we want to do is reallocate $2 million from the restroom projects over to repair those roofs. And then with one-time money, assuming it comes through with the budget next year, repay that back. So it wouldn't impact our restroom projects. We're phasing them out into A through F now. Originally, we thought it was going to be A and B, but we can only have the summer really to work on the restroom renovations. It's really hard to take down restrooms when kids are on campus, obviously. So we're making the packages a lot smaller than we originally had planned. So we're elongating that. So the money's available for the next year or so to be able to do kind of a switch temporarily to be able to address the leaky roofs at Chico High.
Any questions? Any public comment? We have a board member who'd like to make a motion.
Aye.
To take care of the Chico cooking and a compliment on creative thinking to take care of what is a very immediate need, but not completely forgetting that, need to do those restrooms. Thank you.
Do we have a second?
Seconded.
We have a motion by Member Robinson, a second by Member Lando. Let's go ahead and all vote together. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? All right, that passes with a vote of 5-0. We are moving along to human resources. This is also a discussion action item regarding resolution 1715-26, release non-reelection of a temporary certificated employee. John?
Thank you, Madam President. Before you is a resolution 1715-26, Education Code 44954B requires that the governing board notify a temporary employee in a position requiring certification qualifications of the decision to release or non-reelect the employee from such a position for the next succeeding school year. The board may be wondering why we're doing this in February. It seems for some to be early. However, our process is to be sure we give enough time for administrators to hand deliver and have conversations with people who fall within this resolution. And our March board meeting would only give them 2 days to have those conversations. So I realize it's early. I do want to emphasize too for the board, you'll see in the second paragraph in the first sentence, it's highlighted that we may retain certain employment protections. I wish Charlie were here from the Chico Unified Teachers Association to acknowledge that within our collective bargaining agreement, we do mandate that any temporary employee be allowed or be they are not required. They are eligible to apply and must be interviewed. And that's something that many collective bargaining agreements don't have. So we appreciate the collaboration on that language.
Any questions?
I was curious, so this is temporary and just probationary 0, no probationary 1 or 2?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, any of the probationary 2 or probationary 1 teachers who were in a situation that would initiate a non-reelection conversation, they were given the option to resign and did so.
I see. Thank you.
Other questions? Any public comment? Do we have a motion?
I motion approval of resolution 1715-26.
Seconded.
We have a motion by Member Hayes, a second by Member Lando. Let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? This passes with a vote of 5-0. Okay. Moving along to 9D, also a discussion action item. We're going to be talking tonight about these updated board policies. So Tina, do you want to get us started?
Sure. This agenda item has 3 that we'll be discussing. 2 of them are new, a board policy or an update, and a third one is a deleted. So we'll go in order of them up on the screen. The first one is mental health. And I'm open to taking any questions or thoughts that you have with this policy before you consider adoption.
Is this where I get to chime in?
Go ahead.
Yay. Okay. So I do have I guess it's a recommendation on page 3, just below number 9. And a recommendation for some rewording, more for clarification purposes and a little bit more specificity of the language used. To read, a student 12 years of age or older may consent to mental health treatment or counseling if the student, in the professional opinion of the attending mental health care provider, is mature enough to participate intelligently in the services. A healthcare provider shall obtain consent and involve the parent guardian in the minor's treatment unless the healthcare provider deems and documents that making parent guardian contact is detrimental to the safety and well-being of the student.
I don't think is it?
Right.
Which that's there is exactly code. But I don't think it's
No, my impression is it actually provides more specificity. Jen and I actually had conversations about this paragraph ourselves. So I think your idea of added specificity and not changing the meaning of that would be totally fine to be put in this policy in lieu of that paragraph.
As a former, well, and I still sub special ed teacher, the word inappropriate drives me crazy because who determines that? So.
Okay.
Let's see here.
That's on
Actually,
just that one, but there's.
yeah, hold on a moment. Let me just make sure we're going in the right order. Does the board have any technical questions?
Only that I want to put on the record that, to the best of our knowledge, this isn't going to conflict with or change our position regarding any ongoing litigation.
No, it should not. This is only specifically about mental health services.
Yep. I just want to make sure that's real clear and that's on the record as being our intention, not to mess with anything that.
No current litigation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any public?
So I have
Oh,
a,
yeah.
I just have a clarification question. So in order for the board to accept this change, what would be the steps to do that? Would we just say that we, okay. Okay, so to replace, all right. So I would like to motion that the.
Real
sig-
quick, let me just make sure we don't have any public comment.
Okay, sure.
Any public comment? Okay, sorry. Thank you.
That's okay. I motion that the board member suggested language replace the paragraph below the number 9 on page 3 of 7 of policy 5141.5.
We have a second.
Seconded.
Any board discussion? I mean, I'm also definitely in favor of this as well. I feel like some of the language was a little bit loose, and so I think it just provides a little extra clarity. And the intention we had was just to provide more support to the healthcare provider, but also at the same time just supporting the family in this way too. So, any other comment or discussion? Let's go ahead and vote. Are you okay with us continuing with our voting altogether? Okay. All of those
Can-
in, yes.
I'm sorry, because I'm just a point of clarification. I just didn't know whether all of the policies, that's really what I was wondering, is if all of them have to be approved at once, or we can go through
we
one.
can
I
make
think we're going to go
motions
through
if
them
you choose to do
separately,
so.
right?
Okay, great. Thank
Okay.
you.
That's what I was
Thank
under
you.
the impression.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay. So we're just specifically talking about the mental health at this time.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. So what we're voting on now is approval of the revised policy, the mental health one, with the changes that have been presented tonight with this in regards to this particular paragraph. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, this passes. So I'm not exactly sure how we go about with the deleted board policy. Do you want to?
Sure. My best guess would be because this board policy has been deleted and struck completely because a new one has come up, and you'll see that in the next agenda item. I think it's probably pretty simple to vote as a deletion.
Yeah. So
Are we not going to deal with discussing the rest of the mental health policy?
Oh, did you?
It's already done.
And thank you. I was under the impression we had gone to the next one, so I had let Jen head home as she's got to drive back to her place. But I will be happy to express your warm wishes for her work.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will move that 5145.13 be deleted from board policy.
Seconded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Sorry, I wasn't. So, this time, we're gonna take a look at the updated board policy, 6162.7, the use of technology in instruction. And let's see. Tina?
Sure. Thank you. There were just two things that were requested to be looked at. One was at the bottom of page 2, the last paragraph. There was some board member requests for some verbiage in that last paragraph to read clearly. And I also believe Member Olson had wondered about number 2 up at the top of that page, adding the word interaction, I believe. Yes. So if I understood her correctly, it would be balance required, and then that would read technology should complement other educational activities that promote communication, physical activity, interaction, and digital citizenship. Is that correct?
I couldn't have said it better.
Why, thank you. Wow.
Is it okay to?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm sure Tisha will have some comments on this as well. I think it's clear to just so the board understands that one of the changes that we are suggesting in regards to the use of technology, it's a pretty I don't want to say it's a big change, but let's see on page 2. So the changes are at the very bottom. All staff should strive to use technology in transformative and supportive ways and limit restrictive usage. In addition, disruptive technology use should be eliminated. So we're suggesting a couple changes there, specifically saying that basically there should be no disruptive use of technology. But I think probably the biggest suggestion and change we have is the board supports Chromebooks only being sent home with elementary age students if requested by the student's family. So it suggests a pretty big change because as it stood before, um, Chromebooks were sent home with elementary age students unless the parents requested that they weren't sent home. So we have different reasons for why we believe that this is a positive change. And so I'm going to let you talk about it too, Tisha. 'Cause-
Well, I just wanted to say I really appreciate Rebecca's work on this and also other board members sending us information. The gist of it is that what research shows is that having too much screen time is bad for the development of brains. And we believe that at the elementary school level, that there isn't a good enough reason to send Chromebooks home unless a family specifically requests it. In that case, then that the family can have a conversation with the school administrator. I assume it would be the school administrator. And then, that need can, if it's a need, then of course we want to be responsive to our community and our family's needs. But, right now, I mean, I've sat in on elementary LCAP meetings and I did hear that students are taking their Chromebooks home and that they have homework to do on their Chromebook. And Rebecca and I both felt, as the liaisons for this topic, that perhaps that's an instructional practice that needs to change. That we don't see the need for elementary school age children. That there are other, if homework is going to be assigned, then other means can be assigned. It doesn't have to be done on a Chromebook. That was our feeling, and we feel like it's in the best interest of those elementary age students developing brains.
That's my primary intention too. I think there's other ways that we can accomplish this goal. I also think from a financial standpoint, I think those Chromebooks probably take a pretty good beating going back and forth from school to home. I still think that Chromebooks can be used in transformative and supportive ways while they are in the classroom. I just don't see that it's essential that they make their way home with kids. And this is not just my feeling or Tisha's feeling. This is the feedback we're receiving from parents, and I think some of the parents have come and spoke at meetings, and I think their points are valid. Um, I think there's a sense of when we issue a Chromebook to an elementary student, they see it as theirs and something that they can use in their own way. And I don't know that parents always appreciate that. So I think certainly with this change with board policy supports parents if they're coming to the teacher and saying, "Hey, we'd like a Chromebook so that we can work on these things at home." We can certainly issue those, but for the best interest of all students, I think um, we can find other ways to do homework assignments aside from the use of a Chromebook for elementary students. Again, just to point out, this is specifically for elementary.
So Heather and Cifuentes and I will work with the elementary principals. This may take a little bit to get going because it is a pretty significant change for them currently. So if you will allow us some time to get this into effect and the communication to administrators, to teachers, and then with their own families as well. That
I
would be
don't know if this
wonderful.
needs to be a amendment, but I mean, I'm comfortable with this being something that's initiated with the fall school year. I mean, I don't know.
That would be helpful on our end
Yeah, I
to make
think-
sure the communication's
Yeah.
clear and everybody knows what the expectations are.
Yeah, I believe that for those students who, like, I was just thinking of those LCAP students who currently take theirs home, that it would be a big change for them to be told, yeah, you can't have that at your home anymore. And it also gives teachers an opportunity to figure out, you know, what do they want homework to look like if there's going to be homework at the elementary school level.
Right.
And I also want to really appreciate John Vincent and Tina. They were great to work with on this. And I really do feel as I look at what's included, I mean, I realize that maybe a board policy doesn't need to have purpose matters balance. I think this to me is really important language, even though, you know, it doesn't read like other board policies maybe do. I think that when we're talking about brain development, I'm just proud of this. So I'm really pleased. Thank you for helping on this and being responsive to Rebecca's and my suggestions.
I think
You're
it's also-
welcome. For one last piece,
Yeah.
so to make it really clear, which would probably be helpful, I would suggest maybe we say something about like effective in August 2026, the board supports Chromebooks only being sent home right before that last sentence. Then it's very, very clear and transparent. Are you good with that?
And this is something that, as I've been spending some time, like just researching and reading up on what's going on, this seems to be not just specific to something we'd like to see happen, but I think districts across the state and country are recognizing
Around the world.
around the
really.
world
Yeah.
that maybe we need to look at this form of education and kind of go back
Take-
to our roots and go a little more old school. So, right.
I think I can say this now, and if I can't, I'm going to. Just the other piece of it, it would be like, when we first started with Chromebooks, we had the Chromebook carts, so that at the elementary level, they have to figure out, the charging because they're going to have to be charged. They're not going to go home and, for the students to charge, not that the students necessarily charge them all the time, but so that's another component that needs to be worked out as well. So I think giving time is the best thing.
Yeah, thank you very much. That'll be very helpful on our end.
As written, including the word action activity.
And including the time, yeah.
That's too much for me.
Okay, so I move that policy 6162.7 be approved with the inclusion of the word interaction after after the comma, after physical activity in number 2, and that at the bottom of page 2, that it says beginning in August of 2026, the board supports Chromebooks only being sent home with elementary age students if requested by the student's family.
Seconded.
Okay, we have a motion by Member Hayes, a second by Member Lando. Let's go ahead and do a vote all together. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, that passes. Awesome. All right. Okay, moving along. Let's see. Discussion action. This is first reading and approval of new board policy by Tina Keen.
Correct. So as I mentioned previously, the other immigration enforcement board policy was completely removed. It's a whole new number now. It becomes 1445. And you'll see it's all in red. It is it's quite more substantial than the in breadth and information than the previous board policy.
And can you tell us, just for members of the public that may be watching, how does this come about that a whole policy would be stricken and then a whole new policy would be created? Do you have a sense of that?
Well, I don't know exactly. You know that as I learn more and more about policies, I haven't gotten quite to that piece. But I do know when there are substantial additions to be made, much like the mental health one previously. I think the most effective way that they probably believe, and this comes from CSBA, is to add a new one. And
CSBA is the California School Boards Association.
right, that's where we
and-
get these from.
And they have teams of lawyers that sit down and
They
say,
do.
and enact new ed code and
Correct.
and
Any legal
legislation.
additions,
Right.
California law has strengthened their pieces in relation to this, and those are all included in ed code here.
Thank you.
Right. Any other
So
questions?
I would,
Oh yeah, go ahead.
no, I was just going to motion.
Any
This-
public
this is
comment?
the first read, right?
Oh,
We need this tonight.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, we're on a date to have these posted by March 1st on our website.
Any public comment? Okay, any motions?
I motion that the board policy 1445 be approved.
We have a motion by Hayes, a second by Member Robinson. Go ahead and vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes. All right, another one. Tina, first reading and approval of the new board policy.
Nope, that's
that
it.
was
Oh, that was it.
That was
Okay.
it.
You're just so used to those policies now that you thought there was one more, but there's not.
Okay. No. or
Move to
shall
adjourn.
We have this financial.
Oh, darn it.
There's another little component. Okay, do we adjourn that first meeting and then we open the next one? Yes, okay. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and adjourn to recess. Now we're back.
It's not near as much fun as recess in elementary school.
Welcome to the financial meeting. I'm gonna call the Chico Unified School District Annual Financial Corporation meeting to order. This meeting is live streamed and recorded. At this time, I'm going to introduce agenda item 2.1. This is discussion action, approving the minutes of the annual meeting presented by Jacqueline Cougar.
Yes, this is our annual meeting of the Financial Corporation on behalf of Chico Unified. The only item we have this evening are the minutes, looking for approval of the minutes last year. We did not have any activity in the Finance and Corporation this year, and at this point in time, we don't have any projected items to bring forth for discussion or information at this point.
We have
Looking
any-
for approval on the minutes.
Any questions? Any public comment? We have a motion at this time.
I'll move to approve the minutes.
I second it.
We have a motion by member Orlando, a second by member Hayes to approve the minutes. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? This passes. All right, we're going to adjourn that meeting. Is there, I'm sorry, is there a motion to adjourn this meeting?
So moved.
Yes.
Okay. I think that was,
No, it was
Robinson.
yeah,
Okay. That was, that motion was by Mrs. Robinson, and second by member Lando.
Sure.
Let's go ahead and vote on that unless we want to
Robinson,
discuss
Lando,
it first. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we can adjourn that financial meeting. Now the board will resume the Chico Unified School District regular board meeting in accordance with the meeting agenda. That was fun. Okay, I'd like to call this board meeting back to order. At this time, we're going to see if there's any items from the floor. Are there any items from the floor? Okay, at this time, we have not. Okay, we did not receive any board member requests to agendize items, so we can move forward to adjourning this meeting.
So moved.
Okay.
I second.
Okay, that was Mr. Lando, second by Mrs. Hayes. No discussion needed. Do we want to go ahead and vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
She's leaving.
She's like,